Good morning, everyone. Before we start, I would just like to share the brief on the CDSCO CII workshop on the medical device regulations, which we are having today, and some housekeeping rules. This workshop is a collaborative effort between the Central Standard Control Organization, CDSCO, and the Confederation of Indian Industry, which is designed to provide insights into the evolving landscape of medical device regulations in India. Your presence here underscores the industry's commitment to understand and adapt to these vital guidelines, ultimately ensuring patient safety and fostering innovation. Some housekeeping rules. So before we start, I would request to keep your mobile phone switched off or in silent mode during the sessions. Kindly avoid answering calls during the sessions and inside the halls. Photography or videography is not allowed during the presentations. Question and answers will be taken after the presentations, and we'll be taking 3 to 4 questions as per the time permits. And you can email us if your question has not been answered, and we'll ensure that your question is answered after the workshop. We're just waiting for Dr. Raghuvanshi, and as soon as he comes, we'll be starting with our workshop. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start our inaugural session, and it is my distinct pleasure to invite our chief guest of the day, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, Drug Controller General India, Central Drug Standards Control Organization (CDSCO). Our guest of honor, Dr. Hemant Koshia, Commissioner FDCA, Government of Gujarat. Mr. Gaurav Agarwal, Co-Chairman, CII National Medical Technology Forum and Managing Director, Involution Healthcare. Mr. Girish Gopalakrishnan, Senior Vice President, Zydus Medtech Private Limited. And Dr. Ravikant Sharma, Deputy Drugs Controller India, Central Drug Standards Control Organization, CDSCO, Ahmedabad Zone. Please welcome, sir. I would request Dr. Sharma to kindly give the welcoming remarks.
Respected DCGI sir, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi ji, Mr. Gaurav Agarwal, CII Co-Chairman, Mr. Girish from Zydus, my colleagues from CDSCO, colleagues from Ahmedabad Zone, my friends from FDCA Gujarat, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to all of you. Came to? So at the outset, I'd like to thank CII to organize this workshop on medical device regulations in Ahmedabad. I am really so thankful, and I am extremely thankful to DCGI sir for spending his valuable time to be present here, and my all participants who have come across the different places from the Gujarat. Thank you so much. Friends, if you see the Indian healthcare system, this is supported by the two verticals. The one is the pharmaceutical sector, the other one is the medtech sector. We talk about pharmaceutical sectors always because it is regulated for so many years. We have the market size of 50 billion US dollar, and we are expecting to grow up to 135 billion US dollar in case of pharmaceuticals. We are pharmacy of the world. We are exporting to more than 200 countries on the affordable rates. But if you compare the pharmaceutical sector with the medtech sector, the situation is entirely different. If you see the market size of the medtech sector is approximately 12 billion US dollar, and we are expecting it to achieve it up to 25 billion US dollar over the period of 5 years. We are importing more than 80% of high-tech equipments and medical devices from other countries, from the regulated market like USA, Europe, Singapore, etc. Now the question is, why we are importing 80%? Why we are dependent on import? The answer is that we started the regulation of medical device very late. So in order to achieve the 25 billion US dollar of the market size of medical devices and to become self-reliant, self-sufficient, and self-confident, I would like to flag 4 or 5 points. And the first point is the innovation. If you see, if you compare the drug and device, devices are designed, but drugs are discovered. And the devices have a very, very short life cycle. Today we have a particular design, but for the market needs, tomorrow after 3 months will be having the different type of design of the medical devices. Indian healthcare system is characterized by the huge disease of burden, like non-communicable diseases, like cancer, like cardiovascular diseases, like diabetes, and India is the capital of the diabetes. So in order to have the faster diagnosis and the faster treatment, we need to innovate the new diagnostic tools like point of care devices, robotics, like nanotechnology based devices, biosensor based devices, because without diagnosis, the treatment is blind. And for that purpose, there is a need for the manufacturers to come forward and have the collaboration with the research institute like different IITs, ICMR. We have 7 NIPERS, Center for Excellence in our country, to innovate the new diagnostic kits and medical devices as per the market need. Because innovation establishes the brands. Innovation increases the competition. Innovation increases the export. Innovation increases the profitability. If you recall, COVID pandemic, we were not having the manufacturers of PPE kits, oxygen concentrators, ventilators. But our industry come forward because for the protection of the doctors, we were not having the fabric, how to manufacture the PPE kits. We traveled across the country and finally our manufacturers manufacture the PPE kit, ventilators, oxygen concentrators, and these devices not only cater to the India, but exported to many, many countries. So we believe one earth, one family, and one future. So innovation is very, very important. The second point I would like to touch upon, the regulation. The medical device regulations implemented from 1st January 2018, you know very well. And at that time, we were regulating only 37 categories of the medical devices. Thereafter, the government has contemplated and issued a notification, the statutory order, and we notified the medical device definition so that all medical devices will be under regulation. Then again, there was a request from the industry to give the time to extend the period for the regulation of medical devices. And again, the government has envisaged and issued a gazette notification for the extension of the time for the medical devices. So I hope that you have all gone through the medical device rules. I didn't hear the voice. All right. So can you tell me how many schedules are in medical device rules? There are 12 chapters and 8 schedules in the medical device rules. And for manufacturer, the schedule 4 for the requirement of the medical device manufacturing, and the schedule 5 for the evaluation of the ISO confirmatory, this QMS. That is most important for the manufacturers. But if you see the features of our medical device rules, it is very simple, very articulated, very, very clear. We are issuing the medical device license perpetuity in nature for ease of doing business. There is a timeline defined in the medical device rules. We have registered more than 12 notified bodies to have the assessment for the quality management system. We have registered more than 30 laboratories for testing of the medical devices in our country on behalf of the manufacturer. And the most important part is we have classified more than 27 categories of medical devices and posted in our website. In anywhere in the world, no regulatory authority is classifying the medical devices and is giving to the manufacturer. So that is in our country, we have all classified and it is posted on the website. The third point is availability, accessibility, and affordability of the products. If you remember, when we started the regulation of cardiac stent, the cost was more than 2 lakhs rupees. But thereafter it comes under the NPPA, and for the general public, the cost was reduced to 30,000 rupees. Because the new kits, the new diagnostic products, the medical devices should be made accessible, affordable, available to the poorest of the poor. In the past of 2 months, you must have heard there were chances of the Nipah virus. And for the diagnosis of this kit, our manufacturer discovered the kit and immediately it was made accessible to the Kerala public. The fourth point is in the medical device vigilance reporting. That is utmost priority. We have the MVPI system in our IPC Ghaziabad under leadership of our DCGI sir. We have more than 200 adverse device monitoring centers, those who are collecting the ADRs and reporting to the MVPI people. But this is in very primitive stage for our manufacturers. We don't have SOPs how to recall the product. We don't have SOPs how to analyze the causality assessment, in which case the product has to be recalled. I will give you the example. You must have heard about the faulty design of ASR. Everybody knows there was metal to metal friction. The metal ion goes to the blood. It causes the cancer, tumors. The company withdrew the products from outside. They paid the compensation outside, but here they refused to pay. Because they claim that there is no system, there is no rule for compensation in our country, the product which is approved by government. But we fought for that, and every patient is getting more than 25 lakhs as per the court cases. The second example, one company, they were importing the insulin pump, and the fault was in the regulator. You can imagine if the regulator is faulty and if it gives the more quantity of the insulin, the patient become hypoglycemic and even the patient may die. So these are the repercussions of our faulty designs if we are exposing, we are marketing in the market. The pacemaker, the battery is installed, implanted in the collarbone, and the manufacturer is claiming for the life is 6 months. And if it is exhausted, then what will be the consequences of the patient? Like oxygen concentrator, we observed that the polymer used in that, it was disintegrated and going in the vein pipe and causing the cancer. So I'm giving the example of these things. You be careful whenever you feel that this product is not good, you have to recall, you have to analyze, and you have to do the research for that. The fifth point is the quality. Quality is not an act, it is a habit. And quality can be determined by the three factors. The number one, the validation of the raw material vendors. You know that medical devices are manufactured by three components. The one component is polymer, the second component is the alloy, and the third component is the ceramic. So when we approve the vendor based on the quality assessment of supplier, then half problems will be sorted out. Second, the faulty or the old equipment should be deleted. New equipments, properly calibrated equipment should be in the plant. And third is the training of the people. They must be aware about how to recall the product, what is their responsibility, how to distribute, how to label the product, and what symbols has to be added. I will stop my talk by this Winston Churchill quoted that the greatest assets of the country is the richest, is the healthy people of the country. And we have to work in the interest of the patients, in the interest of the patient safety. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sharma. I would request Mr. Girish Gopalakrishnan to kindly come and give his remarks.
Good morning, everyone. So, dear Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshi, Dr. Ravikant Sharma, Gaurav Agarwal, thank you for the invite and all the officials for organizing this special event. And I think a workshop like this is super relevant and it's the need of the hour. As you all know, Zydus MedTech, we're just entering this space. We are headquartered in Ahmedabad. So I would like to say, Ahmedabad ma tamaro hardik swagat chhe. Welcome to Ahmedabad. So I wanted to first set the context, talk a little bit about the momentum that is picking up in this sector, which is the medical device sector, and thereafter point out what are the responsibilities of all of us, all stakeholders. To start with, the context, it is a complex space. Medical device is extremely complex when it comes to people, the trainings that are needed, the types of engineers, the types of functions that are needed, and the overall availability in this at the moment in India. So just to give you an example, and I think Dr. Ravikant spoke about some numbers, we had the opportunity to talk to several companies in India as well as several outside India. And just by looking at how old the age of these companies, the age of some of the very mature Indian companies are between 20 and 30 years. That is the age. Whereas many of the medical device companies globally are over 100 years old. And similarly, if you were to look at the overall turnover or revenue, you know, in the global landscape, you will see companies that are having a top line of $30 billion, and that's quite common there. But in India, I think even crossing 100 million, around 1,000 crores, we probably have a handful of companies, maybe three, maybe four companies. And that shows you both the gap and the opportunity. And in most companies, they all started in their respective domestic market. US started in their domestic market and then went out. Japan did the same. Europe did the same. And I think in India, of course, the domestic market itself has been slow and evolving, despite the, disease burden that, Dr. Ravikant spoke about. So I think, therefore, some of this sounds a little, like a pushback, but where is the momentum? And I think that's the exciting part, and that's why we are all here. So the momentum is, number one, created by the government. I think there's a lot of incentives coming in for manufacturing, incentives for research, and you will hopefully see more and more coming in with more impactful, deployment of these. And also there is urge to increase the market, which is coverage of patients. At the moment, the coverage of patients in India is also a challenge, and the government is constantly trying to expand that. CDSCO in itself, I think there are tons of initiatives. I think it's been so proactive. There is active listening. I mean, even, I think last month with Shri Piyush Goyal, I think they brought in all the departments and said, talk to us, open up to us, and let's work together. And I think that's a great gesture. I think it's a very, very positive thing because we are working in this together and we are heard. And quite responsive. I think many of the actions were immediately implemented, and many of them are underway. So, and the other initiative by CDSCO is trying to get that international presence, which is going to international forums and trying to work out harmonization on a global platform. And I would think that's what we need, right? As a sector that is just growing, we will need more harmonization on a global platform. And that is something that is a great initiative here. So if you look at private companies, more and more companies are starting to come in, especially in the last 5 years or so. And as you know, Zydus is one of those. And the intent is so serious, right? We've already, allocated about 5,000 crores just for this space in the next 2 to 3 years. And that's a huge thing and shows the intent and the confidence that we have in this momentum or in this opportunity. We're also seeing activity of private equity, right? Private equity players. And that's also a sort of a sign of action, activity, opportunity, because we have always seen that in the hospital space, hospitals getting consolidated, more hospitals coming up. We saw private equity activity there. But now we are beginning to see more and more private equity activity in the medical device space, which is again a positive momentum, which is another something that can turbocharge this sector. So now coming to what is our responsibility, right? There are so many stakeholders in the medical device space, and each one has to play its part. And I guess if I had to say it in one word, this is not the time to sit and watch. We are not spectators, we are all players. I think I urge each one of you to be proactive, jump in, and play your role rather than sitting and watching and saying, is it growing, is it not growing? So the first thing would be private companies have to come in, have the confidence and start to invest more. And this is, if you were to sheerly look at it historically, as a P&L, if I were a finance guy, it's not going to be attractive. It's a complex space which takes time. There's a long life cycle from design to manufacturing capabilities to finally getting it to the market. And then you'll have to get ready for the next launch already because market moves. And this could take anywhere from 3 to 10 years, depending on what part of the segment you're trying to enter. So I think the other big challenge, I think, which is something that we'll have to sit down and work together, is the supply chain itself, right? As we focus on Make in India. If you were to come down the ladder of supply chain from N1 to N2 to N3, as soon as you come to N2 and N3, you will start to see dependencies of raw materials from other countries. Could be China, could be the US. There is quick dependencies that come in, even though we are saying Make in India. But as you go down the layers, there is huge dependency on raw materials, on rare earth, rare elements, gases. And just to give you some examples, right? Titanium, cobalt, chromium, nickel. If you look at the helium gas, and if you look at some of the OHFC copper, tungsten, and all of these are so critical as you enter the medtech space. Even basic metals like aluminum, right? 6061. That is a grade that we need for medical devices. Similarly for stainless steel, we need the 304 grade. And these grades are not common in the other industry. So even if somebody was sitting down and starting to make these, the volumes are so small that it doesn't make sense. So therefore, we'll have to pick one or two areas where, go a little deeper or at the raw material level, areas that are most valuable for the Indian population, and then start to, see how we can solve the N2 and N3 of the supply chain. And the other responsibility for all of us is put quality first. And I think this is something that, goes without saying, but it is super critical. In Zydus, for instance, we're just pushing the mantra that we want to recommend our product to our dear family and friends. Building that confidence is something that's very important. From day one, if if everybody can call out, the documentation, the gaps, and all of that, and it's not an easy journey, but we have to go through this because at the end we are getting into the patients, and the products are going to remain in the patients for days, weeks, months, or years. The next point is on CDSCO itself, right? I think there's a lot of good initiatives that are ongoing. Maybe focus a little bit on the QCO, which could be reducing the dual regulatory burden. And I think of course there are some discussions going on the QCO front. There is also the angle of with time I'm sure it'll get better, which is harmonization between CDSCO zones, the state FDAs, etc. And that interpretation will, if it's a uniform interpretation, I think that will also pick up some pace in the overall cycle. And I think it will also be great, to go forward and see that no state tenders actually say that you need an FDA or you need a CE to qualify to participate. And I think, and I think we have to get towards that, and we will need your support from the CDSCO side as well. So with that, I think what I want to say is, India is pretty strong. We make so many engineers, and we are a country that easily works 60 to 70 hours a week, each one of us. And trust me, that's not the case in most other countries. So we already have an edge. We also have a very young population. So that is a big edge. And all I want to say is, in the closing, uh, every stakeholder has to move out of their comfort zone and start to get into this momentum. And this is a once in a lifetime opportunity, and we need to be turbocharged. We need to be players and not necessarily spectators. So with that, I thank all of you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gopalakrishnan. Next, I would request Mr. Gaurav Agarwal to kindly come at the podium.
Good morning. My name is Gaurav Agarwal. I'm the Managing Director of Involution Healthcare and the co-chair of CII National Medical Task Force. On behalf of CII, I would like to warmly welcome all officials of CDSCO and dear industry colleagues. On behalf of CII, we would like to warmly welcome Shri Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshi ji, the Drug Controller General of India, Shri Ravikant Sharma ji, Deputy Drug Controller, Dr. Hemant Koshia, who unfortunately I think couldn't be with us, from FDCA, Government of Gujarat, and all the other regulators, Dr. Aseem Sahu, Deputy Drug Controller. These kind of stakeholder and industry consultations serve to bolster the confidence of the industry and also facilitate decisions that will shape the future of India's medtech sector. I would like to also thank on behalf of CII, CDSCO for various progressive decisions recently. These have been spoken at length about Dr. Ravikant Sharma. We would like to thank CDSCO for setting up a dedicated medical device division. Since the commissioning of the Drug and Cosmetic Act in 1940, this has been a craving of the medical device industry. Devices, as we know, are at the intersection of physics, chemistry, and engineering. Extremely complex compared to drugs. And Dr. Ravikant rightly said, drugs are discovered while devices are engineered. So thank you for that. Another thing we'd like to thank the CDSCO is for expansion of the notified devices list. I think this was long overdue. This goes to improve the safety and efficacy of India-made devices. Digital transformation initiatives like CDSCO Online are a huge enabler for the industry, and also integration with the National Single Window System. That also is a huge enabler. Thank you very much for that. Lastly, but not least, I think this is the third stakeholder consultation that I've recently been a part of. About 2 weeks ago, we were called by the Department of Commerce and the Honorable Minister of Commerce, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, and we had a very detailed deliberation on what the sector specifically needs and lacks. However, as we chart the course towards a 30 billion medtech economy from India by 2030, there are a few obstacles that we must overcome. These have been spoken by Girish, my friend and my dear colleague from Zydus MedTech. One of them is delays and variations in interpretation of the regulatory framework. Various states have their own interpretation of the regulatory cycles, and they demand, as has been mentioned by Girish, they demand and undermine the authority of CDSCO approval by demanding regulatory status which are not necessary to do business in India, like USFDA and CMARC. We would request that the authority of the CDSCO is not undermined, and especially in public procurement, this is an extremely important step for bolstering Made in India. Second is the refurbished equipment ban. We would like to thank the CDSCO again, despite there being a blanket ban. This trade continues unabated, which poses a serious security threat and a safety threat to the Indian population. And I'll give you an example. If my mother or a relative of mine were to go to a hospital and he were to be treated on a refurbished equipment, I would think it's the patient's right to know that he is being treated on a refurbished equipment but is being charged the same amount as he would if he were to be treated on a new equipment. I would strongly urge the government to stop the import of refurbished medical equipment, because today we do not have a framework for defining the safety and efficacy of these equipments. And very recently, at a event hosted at Bharat Mandapam, one of the large refurbished medical equipment company had the audacity to put a stall in a government organized forum, and that shows that this trade has found its way to find a backdoor entry into the Indian market, which is not only harmful to the Indian industry but also to the patient in general. The GTE list, this has been a topic of debate recently. The expansion of the GTE list has been a deterrent for the growth of of the domestic industry, and we only urge that wherever, sir, there is capability and capacity in the Indian industry, the GTE list should be shrunk. And today, the GTE list has not been reviewed in a very long period of time. Our earnest request is to review the GTE list at the earliest. The last and not the least, I would say that wherever there is movement of man, money, and material, there is growth. And I personally believe this is the golden decade for medical devices in India. We have seen a lot of institutes. I'm from the first batch of biomedical engineers that the country produced in 1996. And my father, being from UP, a very high ranking government official, did not understand what the scope of this engineering was. Today, I'm proud to tell you that there are over 350 colleges, and we actively hire from about 15 of those that offer biomedical courses. We've recently hired MTech students from IIT Hyderabad in medical device innovation. So I think there is a lot of movement of men and women. Money, Girish spoke about the foreign direct investment is at its peak, and investor interest is at its peak in the medical device industry. The reason for that is that India, at about $14 billion, is only 2.5% of the global market, which is estimated to be $600 billion or more. And many serious medical device players like Zydus and Involution have realized that 98% of the market is outside, and therefore making our devices globally competitive is absolutely what is required to become a truly serious global multinational player. And lastly, material. Girish touched upon this, but one of the things that we find lacking in our infrastructure is the supply chain. From in medical electronics, for example, from everything to X-ray tubes, to X-ray generators, to sensors, battery packs, we are import dependent. Biomaterials such as cobalt, nickel, titanium, tungsten, rhenium, and so many others, also we are import dependent. So I've said this in the past that the world exists in two categories. One are the tool makers, and second are the tool users. The Apples and the Amazons and the Googles make the tools that all of us use to create anything of significance. And unless we become a tool maker and a tool user, we cannot become globally competitive. And with that, I'd like to end my address. Thank you very much for patient listening. Thank you very much, sir, Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshiji and Dr. Ravikant Sharma, for gracing the stage. On behalf of CII, I look forward to great deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. For our next speaker, I would like to request our chief guest, Dr. Ragjeev Singh Raghuvanshi, to please kindly come upon the stage and give us his remarks. Request you all to kindly give a big hand of applause.
Good morning. So, the dignitary sitting on the dais, the audience sitting in the hall. Just wanted to start with thanking the organizers, CII, and of course my organization, CDSCO, to invite me to Ahmedabad and share some of my thoughts related to the medical device industry, the regulation. It's certainly an opportunity for me to connect with the stakeholders directly. Before starting, I'll just share on the lighter side. It's a difficult situation when basically you are the second regulator to speak from the same dais, because the first one has spoken many of the things which you plan to speak. So I think strategically next time I'll have to see that how do we reverse it. So I planned a lot of things which Ravikant has already spoken, but the better thing is that regulator of today is actually very agile. So in 10-20 minutes which I had, I changed my strategy and I have something different to speak, and I assure you that I will not repeat what Ravikant said. Uh, so going back to the history, we know that medical device regulation is not very old in this country. I think we fully started regulating it 1st October 2023, not even 2 years. And the distance which we have traveled in such a less time is actually very heartening to see. And the transition which happened from unregulated to regulated and fully regulated is actually heartening to see that it was so smooth that we did not feel that there is a issue which has come up in the system. So thank to all the stakeholders for accepting all this, and I think you all need a big hand for that. As we know that it's a new industry, growing industry, and an innovating industry. Daily, something or the other, we hear in the world that something new has come up. And the reason is that, as somebody said, that it's not discovery, it's design or engineering. And the discovery and the phases through which that whole process goes takes longer time because of the preclinical, clinical trials, everything involved in that, and then the approval process. Comparatively, in medical device, we don't have all those steps through which a discovery goes, and also the engineering side of it, the design of engineering, the field still is wide open. There's so many things to do which probably has not been done till now, because the awareness about the medical device globally as an integral part of healthcare, I think has started now, and people have started realizing the potential of medical device now. And lot many brains are now coming into the value chain and started thinking that what next, what else can be done. And it's a huge potential for Indian companies, because if you see, as a country, we have the best brains of the world, both on the clinical side and on the engineering side. And medical device industry, fortunately, is one where both these brains are required to be put together to think and come out with some solution of the existing healthcare problems. So we have best educational institutions in the engineering side, IITs of the world. We have best clinical institutions like AIMS and other centers. We have best management institutes in the world, IIMs of the world. What else we need? An opportunity, of course, is there. So we just have to basically join the dots and bring out the thinking, the innovation, and the products for the benefit of the global healthcare. I also wanted to stress upon one point that Ravikant was saying that we have a 11 billion size of the market in India, which will become some 50 billion in next 5 years. But I think when we say 11 billion for a country like India, which has proven in healthcare and become an integral part of the global healthcare value chain, just thinking that India is our market is actually demeaning our potential. Our market is actually 550 billion US dollars. And you just have to see that we are today only 2.5% of 550 billion US dollars, and see what potential the Indian companies have. Unless until we start thinking that as our market, we will not be able to capture that market. And in today's world, it is more important to be globally competitive than just looking at your domestic market, because it's a big and I am happy doing what I'm doing in India. So my request to everybody sitting here would be that please change your mindset and thinking from now onwards, that our target market is 11 billion or 50 billion. It is actually 550 billion US dollars. And the reason is that we have created an expectation in the world because of our success in the generic pharmaceutical model, where we are supplying more than to countries, more than 200 countries in this world, giving medicines. All we have the width of manufacturing right from a MSME company to globally competitive companies, which are actually one of the better ones in the world. So the whole world is actually now waiting from us to give them the innovative products. And medical device is that one space where innovation of healthcare can actually flow from east to west, and products manufactured, designed, invented in India can actually be sent to the whole world. And this is a fact that the world is waiting for Indian innovation, both in the innovative medicine side and of course on the medical device side. As we are trying to shift from volume to value in India, the reason is that the generic model is now plateauing, or it has plateaued. And if we have to grow further and be in the service of the patients of the world, we'll have to come out with innovation and invent and the discovery-based molecules on the drug side. And of course, same applies to the medical device side. And one of the major drivers for the world to look towards India is innovation at affordable price. Because we have given to the world the medicines at maybe 1/10 of the cost of the innovator product. The same expectation is now that India will give maybe at 1/10 the cost of the innovation which the bigger global companies have been charging from the patients of the world. And that expectation is also towards the medical device side, that we will be giving to the world innovative medical devices discovered in India at maybe 1/10 of the cost of the product which is invented in the West. So, blessing in disguise, we have built this expectation in the world, and we have to meet this expectation of the world. And for that, unless until we all together work, we will not be able to do that, and that will be a big letdown to the expectation of the world, which is looking towards India. When I say we have to work together, the regulator in this country, as some of the speakers said, that we have changed a lot in last few years. We are more open. We are discussing with the stakeholders. We are learning along with the stakeholders. As a result, we have started approving products like SAMDs, AI intervention products, and many more similar innovative medical devices. And that applies to the drug side also, where we approved CAR-Ts of the world, and we are reviewing the gene therapy products. The latest products, both in drugs and device side, is being reviewed by the regulator. And that has happened only because we have become open and we are ready to accept that we don't know. We have accepted that we don't know. And we are approaching people who knows that yes, come and teach us. You would have seen, I'm not sure whether in medical device that opportunity has come or not, but on the drug side, companies are surprised to get call from CDSCO that can you come, we have to discuss your file, which never happened in past. That means the shift has happened, that we have understood that unless until we work together, we will not be able to do what is required and what is expected from the whole world. So we need help from you in just one thing, that be open, come and talk to us, and don't get frustrated if the resolution is not bought in short term. Because we have our compulsions, we may take some more time to solve your problem. That should not stop you from coming and sharing your issues or your ideas. We will keep that with us, we will understand, we will go through that, we will learn, and certainly we will act on that. Last month, I think, we had this Minister of Commerce meeting, and before that I was actually preparing that, let me see that how many representations we have got from industry and what is our status in terms of resolution of those representations. So mainly we got about 36 of them, which basically there are many, but most of them are duplicate, but 36 major asks were there. And I was very happy to see that more than 90% of that we have addressed, either solved or they have been taken up and they are under discussion at different stages of resolution. So that's actually very heartening for me also to see that the medical device team, the leadership sitting here, is actually working. Let me give you some data. In last 3 years, since we started regulating the industry, the volume of applications has gone more than double. We were around some 2,000 plus applications before we just started the regulation. And today we have, I think, more than 4,000 applications coming in different forms. And you'll be surprised to know that not a single resource has been added in CDSCO. The team size for medical device was about 12, 20 plus something 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Today also, the same size, 20 plus something. And they are delivering more than double the applications in terms of approval without compromising on the timelines. We have the hard data where we can show that the timelines for approval of applications 2 years before and today is either improved or same as or similar to what it was 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. So we bought out the efficiency from the system through digitization, through more focus, through actually removing the gunk work which we're doing without any value add. We did the recent ones, the neutral code, the market standing certificate, the non-conviction certificate, making it digital where we don't need to intervene. I mean, that is one example, a small example, but that is one example where we were not adding any value, but we were investing our time and resources. So we made it digital, that let the applicant do it themselves and move ahead. So we have started looking at the past data, that where do we need to intervene and where we don't need to intervene. So a lot of changes we are doing in the internal regulatory system. But one word of caution I just wanted to put forward before I end, that we have to learn from the mistakes which we did in the, say, the drug side, because there is a longer history there. The medical device history is very short, whereas on the drug side we have a history of more than 70, 75 years in this country. So we have to learn a lot from there. And it's more on the quality side. The issue, when we are saying that the world is our market, then we have to be globally competitive. And for being globally competitive, unless until we are matching the quality of the global expectation, we will never be able to meet and compete in the world market. We cannot think that we have to supply to countries, LMIC countries, where there is no skill to basically evaluate the product. So let me send anything and everything to that market. The issue is that the quality has to be inbuilt in the product, in the process, and in the thinking of the company, so that you never even think about making a product which is a low quality product. It has to be integrated in the thought process of the company, each and every person working in the company. I still remember one incident when Ranbaxy was basically, they filed their first ANDA, Cefaclor, and their plant was to be audited by US FDA way back in early 90s for inspection. The whole company was so much aligned and energized that even a Safai wala was motivated that a US FDA is coming to inspect and we have to pass this audit. And one of our senior people used to tell us this story, and the example was, he was basically standing in front of his window and looking towards the plant, and he saw a Safai wala just walking on the road, and he saw a piece of paper lying on the and this guy runs towards that paper and picks it and puts it in his pocket. That was the motivation and that was the focus and alignment right from bottom to top, that they had to do something, and rest is history. So we all need to basically get aligned and focus towards that quality mindset, which would actually take us where we have to be. I was in Indonesia last week, and I met the medical device regulator in Indonesia. And the way they were talking about expectation from Indian medical device industry was actually a surprise to me. As if they were waiting, and they are waiting for Indian industries to come there and establish their shop and make their products available. So as I said, there are examples. The world is waiting, and it all depends on us. How do we take it? Opportunity is in front of us on plate. We just have to grab it, but it will not happen without quality. With this, I will end this morning. Thanks a lot for your hearing. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, Dr. Raghuvanshi. And thank you, speakers. I would request Mr. Gaurav Agarwal to kindly felicitate our distinguished panelists. First, I would like to request Dr. Agarwal to kindly felicitate Dr. Raghuvanshi. Next, I would request Dr. Agarwal to kindly felicitate Mr. Girish Gopalakrishnan. I would request Mr. Gaurav Agarwal to kindly felicitate Dr. Ravikant Sharma. And lastly, I would request Dr. Ravikant Sharma to kindly felicitate Mr. Gaurav Agarwal. Thank you, speakers. Request you to kindly come in front of the stage for a photo op, please.
Huh?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting with our next session, requesting you all to kindly be seated. Welcome back, everyone. We are now ready to dive into our first technical session. We're starting with our first session overview on the medical device regulation, which will be led by Mr. Asim Sahu, Deputy Drug Controller, CDSCO. Welcome, sir.
So, good morning. So, it's the first technical session, and first of all, it's my pleasure to be here. And I must appreciate the efforts of the CII for organizing this program in such a great manner. So, before we start, what the topic I have to explain. Everybody here, they are aware of the regulation. What the new regulation we need to discuss. If you ask what is the regulation of the overview of the medical device regulation, what is medical device regulation? Basically, the regulation, if you talks, it gives that idea key, the basis of the regulation of the medical devices is mainly based on the Drugs and Cosmetic Act 1940 and Medical Device Rule 2017. So, why the need for medical device regulation? What the new we have in the recent past in the field of the medical device regulation? We'll discuss, but the main thing ki the issue is ki how to implement that regulation and what the challenges we have faced in the regulation. If you see, everybody is aware it is not the new regulation in terms of the requirement. If all the manufacturers or even for the importer, they want to have the regulatory approval, what are the requirements specific for the devices, they are aware of that. In India, earlier we have hardly that limitations because we don't have the specific requirement for the medical devices. What the requirements are related to mainly focus on the drug requirements, and based on that earlier we used to consider, but that is also in some extent, because at that stage we started regulation of the requirement for the medical devices by way of the guidance. Earlier we have the guidance specific for the requirement of registration of the medical devices. The guidance what we adopted, that is based on the internationally practices, because the rule is lacking for that requirements. And the concerns from the industry, because the approval or the what the licenses they are obtaining, the globally it is not recognized by the many authorities, because we have the fragmented regulatory structure at that stage. So to fill up that gap, we have come up with the medical device regulation. And this regulation, and first of all, I must give a special credit to the industry also, because in the implementation of this rule, when we have started implementation, there is no further request from the industry part for any of extension of these rules. So that shows the commitment from the industry side also. Okay, what the new rule, what the requirement we have implemented for the medical device regulations, with certain that period there is some transition time, we have certain the challenges, but still we have come up with the regulation and no much delay in the implementation of that regulations. So still, it is not that that the rule what we have right now is sufficient to cater all the requirements specific to various field or various type of that area related to the medical devices. But still, we are in the process of revisiting the rules, making new frames, new requirements for the what the new area that is not right now reflected in the as a part of the regulation of the medical devices. So I will brief that regulation and the challenges, because implementation, the main part what we need to discuss, requirement we understand these are the requirement, how to implement that, what should the specific requirement that has to be implemented at the site where the medical device are being manufactured, or what the requirement prerequisite and the post approval that requirement. So we have to discuss lot on that parts. We know that okay, these are the rules and these are the requirement to confirm the quality management system, but actually what is to be implemented. And because of that, because when we have gone through the application or we have visited the site with respect to the specific requirement, there is a lot of gap what we have observed. Or when we are processing the applications, repeated type of that non-conformances is being highlighted, and that is resulting that delays the application. That is also that your that issue is timely approval. Why we as a regulator we are in the process of reviewing the application as per the specified timeline prescribed in the medical device rule, because each and every activity in the rule clearly timeline has been defined, and we are targeting to achieve that timeline. It is not at least that is the timeline, even the timeline what we have prescribed, in certain cases we have processed the application well before the stipulated timeline. But the only thing, there may be some non-compliances. If that non-compliance is reduced or that is rectified, definitely the license will be, the approval will be given in what the time again it is taken due to response of the non-conformances, compliance of the non-conformance, all those things. So I start my presentation with these four major topics that industry already we have discussed this morning. What is the industry side? All are aware of that. This industry is growing. If you see the last 3 consecutive years growth of this industry, almost 15% CAGR that as per that CAGR, the growth is 15%. Earlier, around 11%, something like that. So this shows that growth of this sector in the recent past. Not much time, because just to have that, once the implementation of the medical device rule, and prior to that, what is the industry size or the license granted under the rules, and what is now the Indian, basically my focus is mainly the manufacturing side. Prior to the implementation of the medical device rule, we have hardly 300 or 250 manufacturing units licensed under the existing law. And consequent to that implementation, if you see when that right now we can say that we have the comprehensive medical device regulation, where all the category, all the types of the devices are come under regulation. So when this regulation is implemented, and as on date, if you see, The industry size, indigenous industry size, it increased around 4,000 that units, 4,000 license approximately we have approved so far under the medical device rule 2017. Earlier 3,000, now just over a period of last recent that 5 years, you just see the growth of this industry. And the main that significant part what you can see the earlier generally whatever the licenses we have granted mainly that is related to the low risk devices, mostly disposables or certain that implantable. Now we have start manufacturing for high end medical devices also. So by this way, we are now in the path of progress in this sector, and also the import. If you're saying that, no doubt, because in if you see the overall that scope, the total dependency on the import. Manufacturing also, if you see compare this data also, it is also around that 70 into 30% or 75 into 25%. So still we need to go long on this sector to achieve the what the target we have fixed to US dollar your 50 billion by 2030. And this belongs to the manufacturing unit what we have told you belongs to the various types of the class from the low risk to the high risk, class A, class B, class C and class D devices. Regulation, all aware, 1940, very old act, but not so many that series of major amendments did till date. So still we have the act that is Drugs and Cosmetic Act, and under this act we have the rules. We have the separate rule for the medical devices, and we all aware what is the genesis of the medical device rule and what the rule contains. And this requirement what we have made in the medical device rule is aligned globally and also accepted by other stringent regulatory authority. After the implementation of the medical device rule 2000, earlier we are aware limitations of the regulation of the devices. Though we have the requirement, we have come up with the specific requirement for the import, for manufacture, for clinical investigation, but for for the devices only which is limited to the notifications. And to regulate it, all the devices and what the practices earlier we have followed to notify each and every type or the category of the medical devices, very difficult for the government to notify each and every because it is also complex and very vast. We don't know which devices again that is need to be regulated because of its dynamic nature. So the notification has come in the year 2020 where the government has thought let the definition of the medical device which is globally accepted definition that should be notified to bring all the medical devices come under the regulation. So this notification we have published, and that for implementation also that we have given the certain relaxation or the time period to switch over from the non-regulated to the regulated requirement, regulatory regime. So we have given adequate time to the industry, initially first by way of voluntary registration, then mandatory registration, then mandatory licensing regime. So that the availability also should not be hampered. Whatever the devices are being in the market, whatever the device is being used for the Indian population, that should be continue till the implementation of the new that law or regulation which we have implemented for this specific medical devices. And when I am talking about the medical devices, it also includes the in vitro diagnostic. So under the medical device definition and also in the medical device rule 2017, if you see, the scope cover medical devices and in vitro diagnostics also. So this is the definition, and you all aware the definition what we have notified, it is almost aligned with the globally accepted medical device definition. And also we are aware ki where the how we can differentiate the medical devices from the drugs. This definition differentiate ki how the medical devices should be differ from the drugs when you are considering, because in so many that medical devices you might have aware or seen that there is some sort of combination devices where the devices and drugs both the combinations are there, and how we can differentiate ki which devices, which combination devices we can consider under the drugs or which combination devices we can consider as a medical devices. So the basic and the main that differentiation or the criteria on which we can differentiate is the primary intended use of that particular devices, which is achieved if it is through the pharmacological, metabolic or immunological action, then definitely it will go to the drug part. If it is not and qualify this definition, it very clear, it is very clear it is a medical devices, and they have to fulfill the regulatory pathway for implement for complying the medical device rule 2017. So this definition we have notified, implementation already I have explained, and 2020 August, October 2020, all the devices irrespective of class A, class B, class C or class D, though for the class A and B, the implementation was 2022, October 2022. But after October 2023, all the devices has come up with the licensing regime and the license is required. Though certain relaxation for the certain period further we have given, but now every devices, whatever the product which qualify the definition of the medical devices require the license for its manufacture or import for marketing in the country. Even for testing also, if it is for testing purpose, not for the commercial purpose, they must obtain the license. If it is not, there is a violations and the applicant need to be taken, the action need to be taken against that as per the requirement of the existing act and law or the rule for the violation of that rule. Here also, to have the ease of doing business, the certain devices which is least risk, which has that low risk, very low risk devices, certain amendment has been done in the existing medical device rule, and we have exempted for the requirement of the manufacturing or import or conduct of the clinical investigations. That is called that low risk class A non-sterile non-measurable medical devices. So for this we have given that relaxation key, okay, that devices is, have least risk, so that can be self-regulated. The manufacturers or the importer, if they want to deal with that type of the devices, they must take the simplest regulatory requirement, that is the registration number, and for that also we have given that platform where they can obtain the registration number by putting certain that minimum information. Minimum information means their company details, their product details, their specification or the standards and certain undertaking whether the product is manufactured under the QMS conformance or not. And that self registration number, self system generated registration number, that provision we have made. And rest of the devices, there is a mandatory licensing requirement and that applicant that need to fulfill that requirement. So why I am that stressing on this? Because what we have experienced in the recent past, so many devices which actually not falls under the class A non-style, non-measurable, also certain registration number has been obtained by the certain manufacturers or the importers. And when it is brought to the notice, definitely that appropriate action will initiate it. So better you should understand if the devices it actually falls under that non-style, non-measurable, then only you go for the registration. Though in the system there is a certain that gaps are there, so we have initiated that action also, action to have the robust system to obtain the registration number. And very near that recent you will see the system will also that the provision what we are going to implement for the obtaining the registration, we are restricting only to the, we have come up with certain mechanism where it will restrict some extent, at some extent to restrict only non-strain, non-measurable class A devices should be, the applicant should register that only by way we have, you must have that aware that recently we have published list of the non-strain, non-measurable, certain number of the medical devices we have identified, and that list we are now going to link with the that system so that only that which actually falls under that should be given provision for obtaining the registration number. If that particular devices does not fall under that non-style, non-measurable, or it is not included in that list, so there is another option we are providing so that that type of the devices will be reviewed separately. And once it is found that it is actually belongs to the non-style, non-measurable class A, then the Central Licensing Authority will consider for the non-style, non-measurable class A devices, so that at least we can stop certain that misuse of such type of the system, and it will only restrict to the that. This is the roadmap. If you see the history of the medical device regulation, we are aware in so many forums we have highlighted many times. If you see from the definition in the section 3B 4 to till medical device rule, and it's that now what the recent amendment. So various that timeline, and we have come up with the regulation, how we have come up with the comprehensive medical device regulation. This is just for have the look on this when we have included first notified medical devices, when we have incorporated the provision for section 3B 4 in the definition of the drugs to bring the medical device, or when certain category till 2020 how many that category of the devices we have notified, then after how that comprehensive and the licensing regime implemented under the medical device rule. So already I have explained all the way the medical device rules, total 12 chapters, 97 rules, 8 schedules, 43 forms, and everywhere and every that stakeholders is aware what the chapter included, and each chapter have what the provisions. I will not go individually, but the main things what I want to highlight here, the green part what we did here, that is mainly the stakeholder or the manufacturers. Because if you see the chapter 1, though it is all that is important, but specifically the requirement The compliance is what actually the stakeholder they need to do, the manufacturers or even the importers, they need to understand the regulation. These are the main highlighted that green that colors I have made here. You need to understand each and every what the requirement, what the provision we have made in the medical device rules, so that you will comply with the requirement. It is not only you need to comply the requirement for the sake of or for the obtaining of the license for its marketing, but also you need to implement, you need to adhere with the requirement, adhere with the conformance of the QMS. That should be the major, that critical part that you need to understand. We have the example certain things because manufacturers or the importers they have obtained the license, they have not adhere with the conditions of the license, and they are in the of the opinion ki they have since got the license only they every 5 years, because the license is also issued in perpetuity, and the practices because of the certain, it is not each and every that periodically that we need to go for the inspection. Only certain that cases, if it is brought to the notice of the authority, then only the inspection or the investigation will be carried out, and then if there is a measure, the appropriate action that need to be taken. So my that request to all of you, you must understand what are the conditions and what are the requirement in the law that you need to comply with. So like registration of the class A, I have explained the concerns and how you need to take the registration. I have explained, though the system is also in this process of that change, amending the existing procedures. The chapter 4, that is basically focus on the manufacturing requirement, manufacturing license for obtaining the manufacturing license for commercial purpose, or the manufacturing license to manufacture the test batches for the testing or analysis or even clinical investigation of the demonstration purpose. So what are the requirement and what the conditions? Though in the next session we have lot of discussion on the conditions of the requirement and fulfillment of the conditions on the compliances, but that we need to understand so as to address the actually, so as to adhere the requirement of the medical device rule 2017. Chapter 5 talks about the import license for the commercialization purpose or import for the testing purpose, clinical investigations. Then your chapter 8, that is for the devices which does not have the medical predicate devices, that is the investigation medical devices requirement, and also for the new in vitro diagnostics. And also you must understand, because the manufacturing license, when you are applying to the authority, the license of the premises, the each and every activity, the premises should have the facility. If there is a certain activity that need to be outsourced separately, that we have come up with that certain changes also based on certain undertaking or based on some sort of the licenses, that outsourced activity can be utilized if it is carried out in the licensed premises. So similarly for the testing, if that manufacturer does not have the facility to or the equipment to test the particular medical devices which is for which they don't have that lab or the facility, so they can they can outsource that testing activity to the labs which is registered under the rule 81 or 83 is there. So that provision we have given in the chapter 10. So that also, that provision, and that is the testing facility that is registered with the central licensing authority, and each lab, if it is registered for the particular testing of the medical devices or the in vitro diagnostics, the manufacturer may utilize that facility for testing of the product being manufactured at the premises, and they can release the product based on the testing of by utilizing the test report of these testing centers, which is registered with the Central Licensing Authority. Chapter 11, that is the sales basically the sales of the medical devices. And here the requirement, earlier there is a mandatory requirement for MD 20B or 21B, that is actually applicable for the drugs. But if that particular trader is involved exclusively for the trading of the medical devices, so we have incorporated a specific provision for registration of that premises where they can start stock or demonstration or even sale of the medical devices. And that provision we have made for obtaining the registration certificate for sale, distribution or demonstration of the medical devices. And that is new provision we have included, where the certain minimum information, minimum infrastructure, the site can be registered by the state authority for the purpose of trading of the medical devices exclusively. In such cases, they no need to go with the 20B or 21B. And also the miscellaneous chapters where certain provision we have made. If you see the schedule, though we have the 8 schedules, and each schedule have the different that requirement and the provisions. Here also, if you see the specific the requirement what we have described, and that is pertains to the applicant second schedule, because it led mainly to the fees structure of the various activity, fees for import, fees for the manufacturing, fees for conduct of the clinical investigation, fees requirement for obtaining the test license or the test centers. So applicable fees, that part, fourth schedule specifically talks about the detailed technical documents, what the documents that required. So you have to just mainly focus on the specific that requirement which we have prescribed under the fourth schedule, so that you will have the adequate information of the requirement and you can minimize your non-compliances with respect to the application which you are going to submit to the authority for obtaining the necessary approval. Fifth schedule, if you are involved in the manufacturing of the medical devices, you have to adhere with the requirement of the quality management system at the premises for carrying out the manufacturing activity of the particular type of the medical devices. And what are the specific requirement? It is in the line of the, as you know, that ISO 13485 or ISO 13485, that is the quality management system. So you have to adhere with that. Also the post approval changes, the major, the post approval changes in the medical device rule we have clearly defined, so that the particular type of the changes after obtaining the license, certain changes in the product, in the facility, in the process, in the standards, if it is there, so they need to, what extent they need to take the approval, and what changes consider as a major changes and what the minor, we have specified in the sixth schedule. And that is that certain that major changes or the minor changes we have categorized, and for the major changes you need to take the prior approval for its implementation, and for the minor changes only the notification is required to be submitted as per the law. So what are the major, what are the minor changes we have defined, that is the given in the sixth schedule. And you have to adhere with that. Okay, for certain changes you need to take the approval, you wait for the approval. Seventh schedule, that is the requirement for your conduct of the clinic. It is mostly, if you see in the drugs, like good clinical practices, what we have specified earlier in the Schedule Y. Now we have the new drug clinical trial rule 2019. We have separated that also, though it is almost aligned with the GCP requirement. What are the, how the study protocol you need to submit, what should be the investigator brochure, what is the constitution of the ethics committee, what is the informed consent form, or how that undertaking from the principal investigation that need to be submitted, how that study protocol or the study design need to be framed for conduct of any study, or how to submit the report to the authority after completion of the clinical study or the clinical investigation of the investigational medical devices. It is clearly prescribed in this 7th schedule. And 8th schedule, certain exemption, and we have the limited exemptions. So this is all about the rules, chapters, and the schedules. First schedule, because that is mainly that the responsibility of the central licensing authority. You must aware of that, but that is actually based on the criteria what we have prescribed in the first schedule. Two different parts are there. For medical devices, we have the separate criteria for its classification, and for in vitro diagnostics, we have the separate criteria, and that is clearly prescribed. But that criteria, based on that criteria, the central licensing authority can identify and classify the medical devices, and this classification list we have uploaded in the website, and the manufacturer or the importer or any stakeholders, they need to obtain the license for the particular devices. They have to follow with the classification list what we have uploaded, and based on the risk of the medical devices or in vitro diagnostics, they need to submit the application. And this classification criteria is mainly based on the intended use, risk associated with the devices. And this criteria is aligned, and globally also it is the more or less, or it is, we can say, aligned, that criteria for the classification of the devices. And this classification, whatever we have published so far, it's a dynamic list. Already you might have seen recently, we have started revisiting the existing classification list, and the certain category of the medical device classification list we have published for the public comments. We have received the comments that that classification list is now going to be published shortly after incorporation of the necessary changes based on the comments received from the stakeholders. And for the in vitro diagnostics, already that recent past we have already uploaded the classification criteria for the in vitro diagnostics. So notified body, again, it is the responsibility of the central licensing authority, because based on that role, what is the role of the notified body, how to obtain the registration certificate for audit of the particular site by the notified body, all the details is given in the third schedule. Risk based classification, you all aware. Based on the risk, I have explained, it is nothing that new. It is the same from the fourth category we have classified. Low risk to high risk, and also for the low risk and non-strain, non-measurable, we have given the certain exception. Rest of the classification that they need to take the license for. Standards, if you say the standards, what the standards prescribed, all the devices should confirm the requirement as specified by the BIS of the product. That is, basically it is a vertical product standards. So product standards, what we have mentioned, BIS standards is the mandatory if the particular product have the BIS standards. If there is a no BIS standards, definitely the product should comply with the requirement of the ISO, IAC, or the pharmacopoeial standards, whatever that thing. So first part is the BIC standard. BIC standards and the standards as approved by the ministry. But so far we have not, ministry has not approved any standard. So right now the BIC standard is mandatory if it is there. Rest of the standards, if it is ISO, IEC is not there, or the other that is standard, the manufacturers may go for any of the standards applicable for the devices what they are going to market in the country. The process standards in the devices, the critical part, that is the process standard, we can say that we have made the provision that the rule 6 says essential principle checklist, all essential principles for safety and performance of the medical devices. So, means ki where that particular activity is carried out, manufacturer is involved in the manufacturing of the medical devices. So from the starting materials to the final products, what are the standards applicable for the raw materials for the particular process which is to be carried out? They have to identify the standards and they have to come up with the essential principle checklist for the particular medical devices. And based on the essential principle checklist, to ensure the safety and performance, and the guidance is also for that the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare is already published. The manufacturers has to adhere with that essential principle requirements for safety and performance of the devices, and they have to follow the applicable standards applicable for the even for the raw materials, components, or the particular process, and to ensure that safety and performance of that particular devices. Authorities all are aware the major regulatory activities. The central authority is very clear. All the import, all the test license to manufacture irrespective of low to high risk, manufacturing license for Class C and Class D, and approval or the permission or even conduct of the clinical investigation of the medical devices, irrespective of its risk class. That is the responsibility of the central licensing authority. And the state authority, only they are responsible for grant of the manufacturing license with respect to the Class A and Class B devices, and the sales, the responsibility of the sales, distribution of the medical devices is lies with the state authority concerns. Other than this, other that activity like your neutral code, grant of the neutral code, though it is a system generated, we have implemented recent past. So that is from the central licensing authority, and the free sale, non-conviction or the market is standing, that is issued by the concerned licensing authority, whether it is a central licensing authority or the state licensing authority. Audit of the notified body for Class A and Class B devices as clearly defined in the medical device rule. It is the responsibility of the notified body registered with the central licensing authority. So when any application is received with respect to the manufacturing of Class A and Class B, the state authority is referring that to the notified body concerns, and once the compliance with respect to the QMS is satisfactorily audited by the notified body, then the state licensing authority may consider the application for grant of the Class A or Class B medical devices applied by the med. These are the mainly that licenses or the permissions which is we are considering. All are aware of that, but just to summarize in a one single, that just to idea is to just show that these are the specific that permissions or license required, and for that the applicant need to fulfill the detailed requirement as prescribed in the medical device rule 2000. all are aware, I am not just have that flow chart, how to obtain the manufacturing license for the class A, class B and class C devices. What are the requirement, minimum requirement I have mentioned here. What is the timeline, and finally how to obtain the license. Just to show the requirement, it is similarly for import, fees, technical documents, review, then finally after satisfactory the license, and how much time is required. But the timeline what we have taken, I have already explained well before that what the prescribed timeline for the import activity. It's mentioned as a 9 month, but currently we have achieved that around 4 months, so that the timely approval can be given for such type of the devices, provided the documents found satisfactory. But unfortunately, hardly 10% or I would say 5% application we found satisfactory. Rest of them, there may be some non-compliances, and because of that, the applicant may get the license in that beyond the what the timeline. This is the just flow chart. If you see from the initial prototype to test to commercialization, what are the regulatory steps involved, that will that this flow chart the common man or the stakeholder may understand. These are the regulatory pathway they need to follow, so that there may be more clarity on the requirement. This way they can follow, and it is also, I am not sure whether it is visible to each and everybody here, but it is available on the website of the CDSCO. You can also go through it. And also it is not ki whatever we are discussing or I am explaining to, that is the only final. Anytime if you have any concern or the issue, you can approach to the authority. We will try to clarify your doubts, your that concerns, and then give the solutions, so that you have the more clarity and transparency on the requirement that you need to follow on obtaining the approval of that particular products. Registration already explained. I have that registration that we have made, so that this facility can be utilized by the manufacturers for testing of their product, and they can also release the material, because as one of the conditions of the license, you must aware that each devices, whatever the devices they are manufacturing, it has to be released prior to have the batch release certificate. So for the batch release also, the manufacturer will utilize this facility, so that they can release their product by carry out the test on the product as per the specifications. And the license, these registered labs, if you see, more than 85 such testing labs we have registered so far. And also we are giving awareness to other stakeholders also, if they have the facility, so they must approach to the authority, so that their facility can also be inspected with respect to the requirement, and their lab may be also registered for testing of the particular type of the test for which they have the facility. Notified body, total almost 13 or 14 recently we have registered notified body. And this responsibility of the notified body is to QMS and confirmation, and also the requirement of the technical documents as per the fourth schedule of the medical device rule. They can verify and they can give the recommendation for. Also, we have the provision for the government testing labs, and total 6 such that center labs we have. We have notified through the gazette notification, and certain that test on the devices, what the devices we have also come up with the guidance document. In that guidance document, we have clearly prescribed certain that medical devices that has to be tested for ensuring the quality safety when it is available in the market or from the manufacturing premises during the inspection. So 6 such labs so far we have notified. central labs are there, and one is for, out of 6, one is for the in vitro diagnostics, that is the NIB. And also we have made the provision, the state labs also, that they can also designate or the notified their lab if they have the facility. But still, so far no such state labs has been notified by the concerned state authority for testing of particular medical devices at their facility. Post-marketing surveillance data, that is one of the requirement. If you see the fourth schedule clearly mentioned, the manufacturers of the medical devices, they must have the robust system for the post-marketing surveillance of the devices, and they can submit the data at the time of obtaining the approval from the licensing authority. Uh, uh, Time is there. No? I will just close very shortly, because post marketing surveillance data, the manufacturer that they need to maintain, and the protocol also as per that requirement, and they have to submit at the time of even for the retention or for grant of the approval, if they have already manufactured the product for prior to the obtaining the license of the medical devices. Amendments, I will not take much time because various amendments we did. Already I have explained certain major amendments like non-state non-measurable registrations, designation of the state labs, certain that exemptions like that. So various that amendments we have made so that they may guidance also. So various guidance we have published, certain guidance document we are revisiting to have the updated information on that, and also certain new guidance documents we are in the process of framing. And near future you will see more guidance document specific to the software as a medical devices, specific to the post marketing surveillance, specific to the stability study data, specific to the PMS data, like that. That is in the process, and we'll also come up with that more such guidance documents or the clarity, and also the FAQ. If you see the recent FAQ, almost the third addendum we have issued to address the concerns, various concerns received or raised by the stakeholder in the various forum, so that in certain extent by way of the frequent asked questions we can clarify that, so that their concern will be addressed by this way. So this is that about that all the medical device regulations, to have the more clarity on the requirement to reduce the number of queries, because in the recent past, what when we have analyzed the applications, what we have observed, various non-conformance or the queries is being raised with respect to the legal form, which is very simple. It is not key that some more technical input you need to give, but still the applicant is unable to give the correct data. So we have come up with the certain that guidance by way of the tool tips, and for each applications, various types of the activity, we have published the tool tips. And also in the portal, if you see the when you are submitting the application, how to submit the application, how to fill up the application properly, what are the technical documents that need to be uploaded, we are providing the tool tip, so that the applicant may at least aware this type of the requirement they need to submit to reduce the unnecessary query on the applications and the timely approval of the devices. So this is the example for the application of, to obtain the test license, to obtain the manufacturing license, to obtain the import license, various that tool tips we have given. Initiative, so many initiative we have initiated. Also one of the that major initiative what we have started in coordination with the ICMR and the Niti Aayog, is the hand holding support for the manufacturers. or the that innovator, what the devices they are going to develop, or how they can change the devices with respect to its intended use, with respect to its technology. All that guidance we are providing that through that medtech mitra portals. Any manufacturers, if they are coming up with the certain that innovation, some innovative product, they can approach. Even for the me too product also, if they want to have the regulatory guidance directly, they can approach to the central licensing authority for better clarity. Also they can approach this medtech mitra, so that their regulatory pathway, or even some sort of the financial assistance, or even for framing the clinical investigation plan of that particular medical devices, if it is needed, they can approach and they can get the clarity on their issues, what the issues are there. And not only this, other ministry also, they have come up with the various scheme to have the ecosystem of the medtech sector in the country by way of incentive, like DOP. If you have seen, they have come up with the so many that incentive scheme, so many financial support for conduct of the clinical investigation, for manufacturing of the raw materials. Because recently morning also we have that heard that there is a concern also import dependency on the raw materials of the particular that medical devices. So for that, to have the ecosystem for manufacturing of the raw materials, some sort of the financial supports also that government is providing. So the various scheme of the other ministries also, their policies already, you all are aware that medical device policy. So that is the objective, is to have the ecosystem by way of simplification, regulatory process, transparency in the regulatory process, financial support for the innovation, support for the clinical study of the particular devices. So various steps that government is taking, and these are the salient points. I am not giving much time on this, because what the provision we have made in the medical device specifically I have highlighted. I am not sure whether you will have that circulate that presentation, but if it is there, then you will see, just for a that your knowledge update on the medical devices. So also harmonization of the regulatory that requirement, you all aware. Last year we have we became that affiliate member with the IMDRFA, and our objective is key, our regulatory system should be aligned with the globally accepted. And not only that alignment, but the Indian authority will also be the part of the policy making in the global level with respect to the medical device regulations. So that is all about my that initial that presentation about the regulatory overview. Our website, every information is available on the website. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sahu, for that excellent and clear overview of the medical device regulations. I would request Mr. Gaurav Agarwal to kindly come upon the stage and felicitate Mr. Sahu. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll just take a small moment to change the dais. Moving on to our next session, requirements of the technical documents for regulatory approval of medical devices and IVDs. For the in vitro diagnostics, we would request Mr. Pramod A. Misharo, Deputy Drugs Controller, IVD Division, CDSCO, to kindly come up on the stage. And for medical devices, today we have Ms. Shamni Shashidharan, Assistant Drug Controller, Medical Devices Division, CDSCO. Please join me in welcoming both our speakers. Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, one and all. First of all, I would like to give thanks to DCJ sir, who I nominated for this program, and thank you for opportunity giving me. And I would like to give thanks to CII has given opportunity to speak before you, and thank you CDSCO Zonal Office over here. Just before start my presentation, I would like to know that how many IVD industries are here. Can you raise your hand? Yeah. So we can think that so many manufacturers are here from particular in Gujarat area. So then for this IVD regulations, you know that is come under the medical device rule, and they are having somewhat the changes with respect to particular diagnostic area. Just you know that in morning session, DDCI Ravikant Sharma sir already mentioned that without diagnostic, without accurate diagnostic, treatment is blind. Whether it's correct or not. So this diagnostic, yeah, now this time we can understand that how many manufacturer and importer they are following the rules and regulations which are mentioned under medical device rule. Obviously, we know that in medical device industry, what is the market size that is near about the 11 billion US dollar. Okay, in that, what is the this market capacity for this diagnostic area is around 2 billion US dollar. But now this time after COVID, you can see that how this market is growing. I would like to inform you that at present, more than 400 manufacturers in India established to manufacture in vitro diagnostic products. And so many research institutes, just you can see that from IITs, ICMR, and other research institutes, they are participating, they are coming with the innovations, how they can build. And you are aware about that now this time, the software built in vitro diagnostic or software as medical device. AI system also involved in diagnostic area. So now this time, this diagnostic area is going to be increased day by day. So this is, before start this presentation, just I want to give some awareness about what is the, at present, the situation about the diagnostic in India. So already Sau sir already cleared and explained with respect to medical device rules which covered in vitro diagnostic. My topic is related with requirement of the technical documents for regulatory approach of in vitro diagnostic. Just introduction point of view, I will go through the summarized way. The introduction point of view, just in India, you know that that's import, manufacturing, clinical performance evaluations, sale and distribution. All these things are covered under the medical device rule. And already explained by Sahu sir that particular that four classifications are there: low risk to high risk. From this low risk, particularly in vitro diagnostic, the class A, it is categorized that you know that specimen receptacle. Low to low moderate risk, that's come under the class B category, that is that glucose test, a clinical chemistry. Moderate high risk, that's that some of the communicable disease that's come under that particular under this category, just like the cancer marker, malaria, dengue, or COVID come under this category, class C category. And after that, of course, that blood grouping sera and HIV, HBV, that hepatitis B, HCV, that come under the high risk category. So this is particular for the in vitro diagnostics. Here are some of the important definitions that's covered only for the in vitro diagnostics, because everybody should know that so many manufacturers, they are confused when they are coming for the classification. Sir, what should be under this class A, B, C, D? How we can classify particular which diagnostic, which pathogen will come under this particular category. So for that one, I just cover for this 4-5 points. That's very important for this. One is the reagent, whatever it may be, chemical, biological, immunological component, solutions that come under the reagent category. And whatever the new vitro diagnostic medical device, that's already covered by Sahu sir. But actually in this category, that is not approved by the central licensing authority, or it is not available in the Indian market. You want to understand that if CLA, means Central Licensing Authority, is not approved by any device, that means it will come under the that means it will become under the new in vitro diagnostic medical device. And you know that particular for evaluation point of view, every kit, they require the performance. From this performance, you can understand what is the safety of that particular device. So that means that performance evaluations means that systemic investigation by which data is assessed and analyzed to establish or verify performance of the IVDs. And most important things is the clinical performance evaluation. It is the most important thing is that whenever you want to introduce your product in the Indian market, that's come under the new category, which is not approved by CLA. So that means in that case, you have to prove that through systemic performance study of a new IVD on a specimen collected from human participant to assess its performance. And receptacle specimen receptacle, that is also come under the regulations. And transmissible agent, that's a very important agent capable of being transmitted to a person, which causes communicable infections or contagious disease. All these things you can find in our website also. Everything is now crystal clear. What should be there? We are already defined all classification or pathogens or instrument analyzer, what should be come under the classification category. Already, sir has explained about the regulatory authority. I will not go through this slide. But important thing is that particular this import, that is whether whatever the classification is there, that's come under the central licensing authority. And for the manufacturer, the two things are there. Class A, B, the state licensing authority, any manufacturer, they are doing manufacturing under class A, B category. That time they have to approach to state licensing authority. And for the C and D, for that case, you have to approach to central licensing authority, means you have to file your application to particular concerned offices. This is important things about the in vitro diagnosis regulatory pathway. What actually in that pre-market phase? 2 hours there. One is that the approved in vitro diagnostic, and other is new in vitro diagnostic. Under this approved in vitro diagnostics, in that case, the manufacturer or importer, they have to obtain test license. In case of manufacturing, you have to go for the MD13. If you are for the import case, you have to go for the MD17. For the new in vitro diagnostic also, the same thing. You have to follow the same way. But for the approved IVD, that means that IVD product already available in the Indian market. Whether it is for the manufacturer in India or imported in India. That is available means available. In that case, you have to obtain directly manufacturing license under MD9, and for the loan manufacturing license, you have to obtain under MD10. And for the import license, you have to take license under MD15. But for the new in vitro diagnostic category, in that case, that means your product is not approved by a central licensing authority. That time, you have to take initially test license for the both cases, for the manufacturing and import cases. And after that, you have to obtain clinical performance evaluation permissions under MD25, wherein your proposal uh, will be put in front of our subject expert committee. They will see that how you are going for this product in the Indian market and how you are going to perform your diagnostic kit through clinical way. And after that, you have to obtain new in vitro diagnostic permission, that is under MD29. After that, you will get manufacturing license, particularly in that specified form, MD9 for the manufacturing license, and loan license MD10, or for import license MD15. So these are the somewhat the two steps are there for the new in vitro diagnostic, because that time you need to show your safety and performance of your kit before going to market. For this performance evaluation validation, it's very important thing under this in vitro diagnostic kit. We have identified some of the most critical marker. You can see almost 23 pathogens markers are there. HIV, HBV, HCV, blood grouping reagent, cancer, tuberculosis, malaria, dengue, chikungunya, syphilis. Such a marker you can see. For this one, prior to obtain any manufacturing license or import license, you have to submit performance evaluation report of this particular marker to central licensing authority before getting your product in the market. We have the expert committee. Just I already explained that. For this clinical performance evaluation, we have our expert committee panels where your proposal are defined, and you have to explain your proposal about the high risk marker and about this all this high risk category of marker. It's come under this particular category. So on the what is the selection of this expert committee? We have already particular the expert from the government laboratory of any hospital, of any institute. Mainly you can see from the NIB, National Institute of Biologics, Indian Council of Medical Research, National Center for Disease Control, National AIDS Research Institute, National Institute of Virology, National Institute of Malaria Research, National Institute of Research in Tuberculosis. So these are the things, these are the summarized way. Just I have just explained about the what is the regulatory things required for the in vitro diagnostics. So my topic here for the what are the technical documents required for regulatory approvals for this in vitro diagnostic. There are, you know that already sir explained about that one. Particular appendix 3 of 4th schedule of medical device of 2017 is device master file. I think you are aware about all these things. Device master file. There are the few classifications are there and few requirements are there you have to fulfill. And it's a very important thing is that, in particular the executive summary, mainly you have to mention about your intended use. What is your claim? What claim you are going to do on labels or IFU? What is the risk classes of in vitro medical devices? What is the novel features, if any is there? Claim shelf life. Most of the manufacturers, they are confused whenever they will develop anything, so they will come directly with the 24-month shelf life. But whenever we'll ask that, where is the data? They are confused. No, sir, we are just giving all these based on the RNA equation. But sometimes they fail to give all this data. Don't do like that way. Whatever the mention in our regulations, you have to follow about this claim shelf life. Second thing is that specification point of view, that specification includes your variants and accessory of innovative medical devices. Design is a very important thing under this medical device rules regulations. Device design, how it should be there, manufacturing processes and manufacturing sites. It's very important. And regulatory status. Already in first slide, I already mentioned that particular product is approved in India or not, or similar device is approved in India or not. You have to mention all these things clear in your device master file. And after that, this is the very important thing, essential principle checklist. So what it identifies? This identifies safety and performance, whether each essential principle applies to the in vitro diagnostic medical device, and if not, so what is the reason? And what are the method you are using for the demonstrate conformity with each essential principle that applies, and the reference of the actual technical documentation that offer evidence of conformity with each method used. So for the identification very important, and the second is that method, how you are applying all these things for this conformity of your devices, whether it is for your the reference things or what is the available, or what is the in-house validation you have already done. Conformity with the recognized or other standards is very important thing, and conformity with commonly accepted industry test method, what is the reference method you have chosen, that should be the clearly described in your device master file. And conformity with appropriate in-house test method that have been validated and verified. And most important thing is that comparison to in vitro diagnostic medical device already available on the market. What I am repeating this sentence, there is a reason. Then you will come to know that after few slides. Then risk analysis is very important. Now our office also doing the risk-based investigations. So this risk analysis is also very important whenever you are submitting your application to Central Licensing Authority. It should contain clearly the summary of the risks identified during the risk analysis process. Already it is described in our medical device, so how you have to give your risk analysis in the tabular way. Just you will go through that. If you get any problem, so you can approach to direct Central Licensing Authority. Our PRO division is there. Our officer is sitting there on Monday, 3 to 6 o'clock. Whenever you will get problem, how to file the applications, what should be come under this risk category, and particular any application, not only for the manufacturer or import. Apart from that, clinical evaluation applications, or what we can say that any test license also, everything we are open for that one, and you can assess and you can get this opportunity from Central Licensing Authority. And after that, product validation and verification. This should summarize the result of validations and verification studies undertaken to demonstrate conformity. And these are the parts of every dossier, not for the particular diagnostic, for the medical device also, and for the drugs also. Analytical study and analytical performance characteristics. It should cover the study type, performance, sensitivity, specificity, and any metrology testability of calibrator and control material values. Here the sensitivity and specificity is very important for that one. And stability, already I mentioned that. Shelf life, these are the three types. It's very important. For the shelf lives, you have to mention on what basis you have claim about your shelf life. And whenever you will file this application, you have to submit the dossier with respect to in-use stability and shipping stability. Then clinical evidence, if it is the new vitro diagnostic, you have to follow this essential principle guideline and labeling. Labeling also very important, that is also described in chapter 6 of medical device rule. And after that, whatever the test report you have to submit about the conjugated 3 batches, and performance evaluation report for that one, that is the issued by the any central medical device testing laboratory, or medical device testing laboratory. Here is that we have the CMDTL. You know that NIB, National Institute of Biological, Noida is there. They are issuing the performance evaluation report for the specific high risk marker, and we have other medical device laboratory. Right now, we have the 7 laboratories are there where that laboratory are registered with CDSCO. Under this sub-rule 3 of Rule 83 of Medical Device Rule 70. And you have to submit the report with respect to sensitivity and specificity of in vitro medical devices. And it's very important in last, that is the vigilance reporting. We are just not reporting anything about in vitro diagnostic area. These things, this require the awareness about that, okay, how we can go that. MVPI now is doing for that one. They are just, means they are also updated the separate form for this in vitro diagnostic reporting category. Here is a specification criteria for in vitro diagnostics. That's very important. Sensitivity, specificity, that is for the HIV, SCV. SCV, you can see these slides, whether it is the ELISA based kit or rapid based or any other syphilis marker or malaria antigen. So now already I mentioned in my one of the slides, what is the problem, what is the challenges we are facing now in India for this new in vitro diagnostic. You can see that MD24 applications, I have just taken this data from 2080 to just now, June 2025. It's very interesting things. You can know that for this new in vitro diagnostic, the applicants in India, last 7 to 8 years, they have just submitted their protocol, only 30. And we have given new in vitro diagnostic approved application, that is the only 6. Now you can see that it's very less for this clinical evaluation investigation area. But for the import license, we have approved application more than 5,000 with respect to in vitro diagnostic. You can see this is the data. For importing case, that is the more than 5,000. But for the manufacturing area, for class A and B, which is approved by state licensing authority, that is the 2,209. That is the figure. But for class C and D, from the central licensing authority, under MD7 or MD8 form, that is the 1,208. So we are just behind that for the new in vitro diagnostic category for the clinical evaluation. That number should increase because innovation is going on. The people are just accepting in India whether the predicate device is available. So accordingly, they are getting approval from central licensing authority. But we need to initiate about our research and innovations. So most of the risk category of particular this pathogen and other area, particular in vitro diagnostic, they should come forward and accordingly they can get approval from the central licensing authority. So what the initiative we are taken with respect to IVD? Recently, just last year, we have issued the manufacturing license to 4 indigenously developed in vitro diagnostic kit for the monkeypox virus, considering the public health emergency of international concern in collaboration with ICMR. CDSCO made MOU with ICMR to develop harmonized protocol and to identify testing laboratories of high risk in vitro diagnostic, because this is the one of the challenge. The people, the manufacturer, they are struggling for this one, okay, how they will get the performance evaluation of the particular kit. Based on this MOU, CDSCO and ICMR collaboratively published 15 draft validation protocol for arbovirus kit, including dengue, chikungunya, Zika, as well as HMPV diagnostic kit for public comment. You can see in website and you can give your comments also. Additionally, CDSCO released guidance document for the validation of rapid diagnostic for pathogen identification and antimicrobial susceptibility testing. We are providing handholding support to innovator and startup through various systems, including MedTech Mitra Forum. Already, Sau sir already explained about the MedTech Mitra Forum, and through our PRO, Public Relation Office, regularly. To monitor quality of the IVD and to make robust system for the complaint reporting, a separate adverse event reporting form for in vitro diagnostic is developed and placed for stakeholder comments in collaboration with the Indian Pharmacopoeia. We developed this separate form for the in vitro diagnostic. Recently made auto approval provision for non-conviction certificate and market standing certificate application in MD online portal. You can get this opportunity, so you will get this approval on fast track basis. We have recently updated the list of laboratories for conducting performance evaluation of high risk in vitro diagnostics. We have currently 7 medical device testing laboratories for in vitro diagnostics. We have updated IVD classification by including IVD analyzer, instrument and software, and posting it on our website. Recently, we have updated IVD division FAQ also. That's the manufacturer and importer. They knows that how they will get their shelf life claim, and we already explained through our FAQ about these things on the basis of accelerated stability data, how they can claim. You can see the website and you can get that benefit. And obviously, we have started regularizing the licenses issued for the COVID-19 along with our IVD experts. Obviously, the challenges are there for the in vitro diagnostic. The limited that availability of sufficient number of government testing laboratories for IVD, because right now we have one same detail, that is the NIB Noida, but we have to now increase about testing laboratory, sample panels for conducting in-house and external validations of in vitro diagnostic, to have standard harmonized protocol and specification criteria among testing laboratories for the validation of in vitro diagnostic, and to harmonize. And it's very important, okay, now we are also the member of this IMDRF, to harmonize with international regulations with country-specific requirement of IVD. And I already mentioned that to create the awareness about the reporting system about the medical device adverse event of for in vitro diagnostic. These are the challenges. Now everyone now is facing. We are also just how we can facilitate to manufacturer and importer. That also we are is also under plan. We are also developing so many protocols along with ICMR, publish all this protocol, and whenever you will stuck any problem to get the performance evaluations, already that list you can see in our website, already identified. Okay, apart from that National Institute of Biologicals, you can produce your certificate from any other other hospital, government institute, which is having the particular that facility, and accordingly we can also approve your application. You can see now this cluster, more than the 400 manufacturer, in particular in India, where that the manufacturer associated. And some of the awareness about the diagnostic kit, where we can, where central government already banned about some of the kit. And last thing is that you know that without diagnostic, our treatment is blind. This is from my side. Thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Misharum. Now we'll have Ms. Shamini Sasidharan. After her talk, we'll take the questions, please.
ठीक है, मैं डाउनलोड कर लेता हूँ उसको।
we are short of time, and then I think I'll just go through. So, thank you, Asim Sahu sir, for giving the overview on the regulation of medical devices in India, and Pramod Mishram sir to give the overview of IVD medical devices and the regulatory requirements for IVD. So now I'm going to talk about the technical documentation requirements for obtaining regulatory approval for medical devices. As it's already mentioned, you all are aware that the medical devices in India are regulated under the provisions of Drugs and Cosmetic Act 1940 and the Medical Devices Rules 2017. And for the effective implementation of the medical devices rule, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, has published certain guidance documents, and also in supporting, CDSCO has also published various guidances, the supports by way of frequently asked questions, the clarifications, orders, notifications, etc., with the aim to help the innovators, manufacturers, and also the importers to help the regulatory guidance to provide sufficient clarifications throughout the regulatory process. As it's already discussed, Medical Devices Rules 2017 is comprising of 12 chapters, 8 schedules, and 43 forms. Now, these are the list of chapters, 12 chapters under the Medical Devices Rules. Now, since the topic is technical documentation requirement for medical devices, we'll be focusing on chapter 4, that is the manufacturing of medical devices and the requirements for import, which is covered under chapter 5 of the medical device rule. So before we commence to this topic, I would like to mention simple things but yet important for a regulator and also the industry or the stakeholder to come in conscience together so that we can minimize any error in the technical documentation when you submit for regulatory approvals to CDSCO or the state licensing authority. The first point, as you have seen under the session 1, that is the definition of medical devices, which is given under SO 648 under the medical devices rule. We have seen many manufacturers submitting products which may not fall under the definition of medical device. So it's humble request that everybody please go through the definition of medical devices. We have the CDSCO classification list published in the website, or in case if your device is not available in the website or the list, please approach to CDSCO, the Central Licensing Authority. You can submit your application, product details for the Central Licensing Authority to assess whether the product falls under the definition of medical devices or not. In case if the device doesn't fall under the definition and if the application is submitted, you can understand it may lead to the rejection of the application. So this process will save time both at the regulator end and also for the manufacturers. Second important point is the risk-based classification. As we know, we have the 4 categories of risks for medical devices: low, class A; low moderate, class B; moderate high, class C; and high risk, class D. The point to emphasize here is the more the high risk of device increases, the regulatory control or the technical documentation varies. So if it is class A non-sterile non-measuring devices, already Asim Sahu sir has mentioned, we have the self-registration process in the MD online portal. So with minimum requirement, self-declaration, etc. So but as you go to the high-risk devices, the technical documentation requirement changes and becomes more stringent and in detail for the regulators, reviewers to assess the device safety and performance in detail. This slide shows the overview in short of the regulatory approvals established under the medical devices rule. You can see the first stage is the manufacturer or the importer of the medical device shall go through the medical devices rules, the requirements, ensure your product is whether a medical device or in vitro diagnostic. And also there are possibilities where the manufacturer mistakenly submits an in vitro diagnostic medical device in the application form for medical devices. Okay, so as Pramod Meshram sir has mentioned, we have a separate checklist documentation requirement for IVD. So it's very essential and important that you first identify whether your product is a medical device, then analyze whether the product falls under medical device or IVD. Then identify the risk class of the medical device. Accordingly, prepare the legal documentation requirements and the technical documentation requirements. After preparing all the documents and also ensuring the quality management system compliance as per the 5th schedule of MDR, the next stage is submission of documents in the online portal established by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, which we have the MD online portal, or we can say online system for medical devices, which is functional since 2018. And we all the application for manufacturing or import is received in the particular online portal. And I'm happy to announce that earlier we had only 10 MB size for the documents to be uploaded, which creates little challenge, and we receive a lot of feedbacks how to compress the document within 10 MB size. So this time we have enhanced the file size from 10 MB to 50 MB. I hope it will help the manufacturers to upload good technical documents, all the validation reports, because we have heavy files, number of pages are more. So having said that, once the online application is submitted in the portal, the application based on the risk class, it goes to the concerned licensing authority. Even though the portal is the same, the application for class A and class B devices goes to the concerned state licensing authority. Application for class C and D manufacturing goes to the concerned zonal offices of CDSCO, and all class import license application comes to the central licensing authority. So once the application is received, along with the requisite fee mentioned in the 2nd schedule of MDR, then it is subject to the review process by the regulatory authority. So upon the scrutiny of the document, it comes how detailedly you have described about your product, the technical documentation, the completeness of the document, the authenticity of the documents. Accordingly, once the review is done, in case if non-satisfactory or insufficient documents are observed by the reviewer, it may lead to queries. So the application, as you all know, it goes back to the applicant to submit certain requisite information additional. Once the review process is satisfactory, then comes the site inspection wherever applicable. If it is a fresh application for the first time submitted by the manufacturer, definitely there will be an inspection except for class A medical devices. And the final, if the documents are satisfactory and the inspection output is complied with, then the concerned licensing authority issues or grants the license to manufacture or import medical devices in the country. So this is already explained. To harmonize and simplify the process, we have displayed certain specimen pro forma for filling up the details in the legal form. Legal forms are Form MD3, MD4, MD7, MD8 for manufacturing, and MD14 for import application. So this will please go through. This is available in the CDSCO website under the medical device division section, and this will help to reduce the irregularities in the application and to reduce the query. So as we said, we have 8 schedules in the MDR. So, wherein fourth schedule talks about the documentation requirements for the grant of manufacturing or import license in the country. Now, if we talk about fourth schedule, it is divided into 4 parts. Part 1 says about the power of attorney along with the undertaking, which is mainly requirement for the import application. Part 2 talks about what are the documents required for submission under the manufacturing or import application. Part 3 is subdivided into Appendix 1, Appendix 2, Appendix 3. Appendix 1 talks about details of site or plant master file, contents, what should be there in the documents. Appendix 2, which is already explained by Pramod Meshram sir, which talks about, Appendix 2 is for medical devices other than IVD, and Appendix 3 is for the device master file content, technical documents required for IVDs. And the part 4 says about the information required for medical device which does not have a predicate device, which is Form MD26 or Form MD24. So in this session, I will be focusing on these two sections, that is part 2, documentation requirement, and appendix 2, which is the device master file contents required for medical devices. Part 2 of fourth schedule is subdivided into 2 sections. One is the minimum document requirements, which is required for class A. So one important thing to note, these requirements are not applicable for class A non-sterile and non-measuring devices. So for class A, since it's a low risk, you can see a minimum requirement of technical documents and other legal documents required for submission in the application, like device description, intended use of the device, the variants and accessories, material of construction, the working principle, in case if any novel features involved in the device, please specify. Labeling requirements. Labeling requirements, we have a session post lunch. I hope it would be interesting. And we have to, further we need the site master file, the essential principle requirements, checklist, and undertaking from the manufacturer whether the site comply with the requirements of the 5th schedule QMS. For import application, there are certain other legal documents like free sale certificate from the listed countries, QMS ISO 13485 certificate, the wholesale certificate or registration certificate under Form MD42, etc. And the document requirements for class B, C, and D is differently given under this section under part 2. So which covers the complete device master file. For class A, we need not have the complete device master file. So complete device master file as per appendix 2 for medical devices. And we need the essential principle checklist and etc. We can see in details. So moving on to part 3, appendix 2 of 4th schedule, which talks about the device master file required for the medical devices, is the main technical document requirement to be submitted in an application for manufacturing or import. So in the appendix 2, we have the section, a device master file should cover an executive summary of the device, device description, the labeling information, design and manufacturing information, essential principles checklist, risk analysis and control summary, validation and verification, medical of requirements. So we have, if you see, those who have filled up an application in MD online portal, these are the specific documents to be uploaded as part of device master file. There are 20 points which is common for manufacturing application and common for import applications. So it starts with the executive summary, device information, descriptive information about the device, the medical devices grouping. So if you can please refer to the first workshop of CII, which has a session complete in detail on the medical device grouping guidelines and requirements. It's available in the YouTube. And then product specification, whether the models, the variants, etc. If any accessories included, substantial equivalence with respect to the predicate devices, previous generation of the device. So basically it depends on the substantial equivalence, whether the device may fall under the category of investigational medical device or without a permission in Form MD27, it can go forward. The essential principle checklist, then risk analysis, verification validation documents, software verification validation in case if software is available or used in the medical device, stability study data wherever applicable, clinical evidence if applicable, both PMS and the batch release. Because of shortened time, I'll just go through quickly. So next slide, we have the device master file. So basically, it's a request that the device master file should have a detailed description about your product, which will help the reviewer to understand what is the product, so that we can minimize the query or concerns. So you can include pictorial diagrams, the parts, some schematic diagrams of the device for making easy understanding for the instead of reading paragraphs and lines, it can help the regulators to review effectively. So executive summary should describe about the device in detail as in a summarized form, and for import application, if the product is already marketed in other countries, like stringent country like USA, UK, Japan, Australia, etc., please mention the regulatory approval when it is obtained, etc. And in case if any safety performance related information, if the device has had any serious adverse events or field safety corrective actions was taken, etc. Device description and product specification. Please provide details of your device. Either if it is instrument or other implants, etc., whatever. So the generic name, the model name, intended use. Intended use plays a very important role and should be in line with what you have mentioned in the legal form. And the IFU. The principle of operation, the materials used, whether the device has any biological material or any tissue derivatives or cell, etc. So please mention in detail about the ionization radiation or any other radiation source used, product specification of the device, reference to predicate or previous generation of the device. The predicate devices are devices which is approved by the central licensing authority. So please provide the comparison between your applied device and the predicate device in terms of the intended use, the design characteristic, the material of construction if applicable, the other technical specification, the technology involved, etc. For and you have to demonstrate them as a manufacturer or importer should demonstrate that the device, applied device, is substantially equivalent to the predicate device available in the country. Then we have the labeling information to be included in the technical documents, which covers the complete set of the original labels, the instruction for use. You can call it as a pack insert, or you can call it as a user manual of the product brochure, promotional material if any. Then design and manufacturing information. So please provide descriptive information in terms of flow chart, in terms of summary or details to allow the reviewer to understand the design processes involved. Have you conducted all the design verification validation? Please upload the technical documents with respect to it. Manufacturing process flow in terms of flow chart or the descriptive information from the assembly, raw material assembly up to the final packaging of the medical devices. Essential principle checklist is very important. This is the checklist. If you can see, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has published the essential principles for safety and performance of medical devices in the year 2018. This document is available in the CDSCO website. Please go through the document. Each and every point mentioned in this particular guidance document need to be mentioned in the table shown in the slide. The essential, list down the essential principle. Please mention whether the respective essential principle point is applicable for your device or not. And if yes, how did you demonstrate? Please demonstrate the conformity. Have you, if it is applicable, what standards have you followed to show the compliance to it? And if it is confirmed, then what is the evidence? Please mention the documentation reference or the page number in the entire technical document, the device master file, where you have included these documents. Then comes a risk analysis and control summary section. So risk analysis and control summary, if it is class B, you can give a summary. But as it goes to the higher risk class C and D, please include the failure mode analysis details, the risk analysis and controls you have, measures you have taken. How did you mitigate the risk, and if any residual risks is present, then list down the residual risk. And how did you, are those residual risks acceptable? Okay, so in terms of maybe you can give some instruction for use, warning, precautions, etc. Then comes a verification and validation of a medical device, which may include the engineering test, the product verification, validation, etc. So, which may include your biocompatibility studies as per ISO 10993 if applicable, medicinal substances, biological safety of the devices, etc. In case if the device is supplied in a sterile form, please include the sterilization validation of the device. Software, in case if the device comprises embedded software or if it is a standalone software, please provide the software verification and validation documents. Animal studies if required, if applicable only. Stability study data, we expect accelerated stability study, aging stability study to support the claimed shelf life of the device and the ongoing real-time stability study from the manufacturer. Clinical evidence, if applicable, and the post-market surveillance data. These are the, since there is a short time, I have just run through the slides quickly, and main points to highlight. Please include all the certificates and documents within the validity period, and wherever in the checklist, if certain sections are not applicable for your device, please mention not applicable, upload a document justifying why it's a non-applicability for your device. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sashidharan. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize because of the time constraint. We won't be taking any question and answer right now, but you can email it to us. Ma'am, we'd like to felicitate you, please. Mr. Gaurav Agarwal, I request you to kindly come up on the stage and felicitate Mr. Misharam and Ms. Sashidharan. Thank you all. With that, we will now pause for lunch and we'll reconvene promptly around 2:30 p.m. for the next session, which is post-approval changes and compliance of the requirements of Medical Devices Rules 2017. Thank you.
ये लेवा निकाल दो वापिस।
Welcome back, everyone. We will just start in another 5 minutes. Request you all to please be seated and keep your phones on silent mode, please. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We are going to continue with our next session. Our third session of the day focuses on the critical area of the post-approval changes and compliances of the requirements of the medical device rules to 2017. We are pleased to welcome back Mr. Asim Sahu, Deputy Drugs Controller, Medical Devices Division, CDSCO, to lead this session. So please.
Presentation. So, good afternoon. I hope this session, because the post-approval changes and the conditions of the license, basically what the regulatory compliance is that we need to uh, carry out, or we need to implement, that we need to focus And after generally what happen after obtaining the approval, we hardly go through the conditions of the license. And we have seen most of the time there is a certain mandatory conditions of the license and certain additional conditions the licensing authority is prescribed or is mentioned in the particular license or the approval. So when we are reviewing such application where we have issued the certain additional conditions because the routine the requirement of the conditions of the license or the permissions or the certificates, whatever that approval we are issuing in the under the medical device rule. So there is a specific additional conditions. So in spite of fulfilling that conditions, the the applicant or the license holder it is not complying the requirement and start continuing further marketing of that particular devices. So resulting because certain conditions if it is incorporated in the approval or the license for certain time period you need to submit the particular information documents or the data, and it is not there to immediately that product can be stopped because non-compliance of the conditions. So though that step we have not initiated so far, but that is the very that important things and that we understand that is the point of the discussion, and all the license holder or all the stakeholder should aware that condition also they need to comply with the additional conditions, otherwise unnecessary regulatory action will be initiated and the product can be not further continue for marketing or stop or due to certain reasons. So we need to understand what are the requirement of the license, pre prerequisite and the post requisite. Prerequisite since morning session already we have discussed what are the requirement that need to be fulfilled prior to submit the application, whether it is import or the manufacturer. If the manufacturers they must have the detailed validation data, quality control data, safety data, performance data of the devices. At the same time, they have to establish the QMS requirement at the facility where they are going to manufacture the particular devices. Similarly, for the import, there is a prerequisite information. The manufacturer has to be licensed by the National Regulatory Authority. They have to adhere with the QMS. They have to submit all the relevant technical documents and whatever the actions or the administrative action or the legal actions or the recall or certain that direction issues by the National Regulatory Authority or by the other authority where the product is being marketed. All those information that should be submitted to the licensing authority as a part of the conditions of the license. But most of the cases also what we have seen, the regulatory action has been initiated by some other authority and they have not informed to the licensing authority here. When it is brought to the notice and then we'll take up that matter with the particular license holder, there is a major violation. So all that conditions or the requirement what that manufacturers or the importer has to fulfill and adhere the compliance of the medical device rule 2000, they need to submit that in time and take necessary exemptions or approval or that clarification on the particular cases. So my that next topic I will touch that what are the first of all where the requirements are mentioned, and we have discussed earlier in the previous slide also the technical informations and the before that also what are the provisions in the medical device rule, what the chapters related to that, and then we'll discuss about the conditions of the license and how to fulfill that conditions. Yeah, it's coming. So only that 4 topic I will just touch that. Now the regulatory requirement. Regulatory requirement I have just informed morning. The chapter 4 and chapter 5. Chapter 4 that talks about the requirement for the grant of the manufacturing license, and chapter 5 the import license. So for obtaining the license, what are the requirement? We have discussed technical that requirement that need to be submitted by the applicant, and after approval, post that requisite requirement, that will touch that. Labeling requirement is also one of the major part. If you see the chapter 6 gives the detailed information regarding labeling of the devices. And labeling information, label is the one part. Along with the label, what are the IFU, package inserts, what are the promotional literatures, all those things also that need to be part of the device master file also, and also need to be submitted to the authority. And the labeling requirement also throughout the life cycle of the product or use of the product, the license holder or the manufacturers, they have to maintain. And also the when any permission or the certificate like registration certificate for sale and distribution of the medical devices with a certain condition, certificate is issued. Similarly for the testing laboratory, when we are issuing, the central licensing authority is issuing the license permission or the certificate. That certificate also has certain conditions, license also certain conditions, so that the manufacturers or the whosoever is taking the approval, that they have to adhere with the requirement. Similarly, the post approval changes, already we have discussed and touched what are the post approval changes consider as a major changes, and what the changes consider as a minor changes. Post approval changes means whatever the approval obtained from the licensing authority by the applicant, thereafter any change in the product specification or process or the standards or any change, even IFU certain that is statement they need to change, that is considered under the post approval changes. And if it is a major, so they have to wait for the approval. If it is a minor, so only the notification part is there. So they need to intimate to the authority in as per the timeline prescribed in the medical device rule to comply the requirement. Otherwise, sometimes you have intimated that to the authority, but the timeline what you have informed to the authorities beyond the stipulated timeline. That is also one of the violation. So that should be just take care of by the license holder ki that is the important things, and they need to adhere and also comply with the requirement. These are already we have discussed in the previous session. What are the applicable that licenses for the particular activity, and all these license is issued with a certain conditions. So that condition that you have to understand the conditions, and accordingly you need to comply the requirement. Now the regulatory compliance, already we have discussed prerequisite. What the prerequisite information? I have explained that the manufacturer or the importer, they have to certain that prerequisite information ready to submit to the authority, generated on the devices, and then they have to, based on that requirement, the license is issued. So certain that compliances, one part is that they have to adhere with the what the requirement is there, what the essential principle uh, uh, for safety and performance of the devices of the particular devices, what the packaging that requirement of the devices, facility in a as a part of the plant master file or the device master file, they need to prepare and submit to the authority for the examination for compliances of the QMS. Like if the facility is already manufacturing, the you have to confirm the requirement of the quality management system applicable for the particular devices. In case of import, certain the regulatory documents that they need to submit, and that documents are related to mostly the regulatory certificates, quality certificates, certificates from the National Regulatory Authority, or the certificates from the competent authority like CE or ISO certificate, and also the declaration from the manufacturer. Then mostly it is mandatory for the high risk of the devices. So these are the prerequisite information, and all are aware of that. So just to touch this, the information, then definitely the documentation part, whatever the mandatory document applicable, quality control document. Quality control document means the what the standards applicable and what the data they have generated with respect to the safety and performance of the devices. Safety means biological safety, analytical safety, uh, um, from the performance wise, they have to carry out the other that animal testing if it is applicable for the devices. So all those data they need to generate prior to submit to the application to the authority for approval. Also the device master file, plant master file, and the detail of the device and plant master file is already discussed in the previous that presentation made by our colleague. Also, one of the important thing for the import, the devices which is to be registered for marketing in the country, it is mandatorily approved by the national stringent authorities like US FDA, TGA, PMDA, Health Canada, or European authority. That are the mandatory. If there is a no mandatory approval from these authorities in such cases and high risk, so definitely they have to submit the clinical evidence to prove the safety of the devices on the human populations, specifically for with respect to the Indian populations. And if it is not, though, there may be scope for conduct of the clinical investigation of such type of the devices if it is not approved by the stringent regulatory authority. And obviously the labeling requirement. Once the license is issued, so already I have explained the conditions as prescribed in the medical device rule. That is one of the conditions. Along with that also the post-marketing surveillance data, that is for the import, because the product is already approved by the certain authority and available for use in that particular population of that particular country. Sometimes that same product is also available in the Indian used for the Indian population. So all those data as a form of the post marketing surveillance data, they need to compile and submit to the authority as per their protocol. Adverse event reporting, whenever there is a report of adverse event associated with the devices and it is brought to the notice of the manufacturers or the importers, they have to inform to the licensing authority concerns, and accordingly whatever the action initiated by them, they have to take the initiation and also inform to the authority. And whatever subsequent the changes they made after that taking the approval from the authority. So now come to the post approval changes. Already we are aware the sixth schedule prescribe the post approval changes. And what are the post approval changes we have considered as a major and what we have considered as a minor? It is clearly prescribed in the schedule, and for the major already explained, there is a certain timeline within 45 days or 60 days. For the import and manufacturing, the different timeline are prescribed. The license holder, they have to take prior approval, and the timeline is also, it rule says if the approval is not given in the stipulated timeline, it may consider as a deemed approval and they can go for that. But still, due to the certain that limited resources, that sometimes it may happen that is not given in the particular the timeline. So whenever that particular post approval application is reviewed and certain non compliances is observed, though the manufacturer as per the rule they have implemented, when they have to immediately stop the further sale of that particular product with that revise the changes, and they have to wait for the approval. Then only it will be comply with the requirement. Otherwise, it will unnecessarily create problem for the product, that has to be the withdrawal or that other regulatory action that need to be taken. And the certain that major post approval changes, what we have considered, one is the material of construction. If you see, basically the material of construction, mostly it is applies to that implantable devices. It is not key for medical equipment also. If that material of construction is changed, so that is also again major changes and they need to take the approval. It is a subjective based on the characteristic of the medical devices. So wherever there is impact on such change on the safety and performance of the devices, in such cases that they need to take the prior approval. Similarly, the design changes, if change in the design is a minor and does not impact the efficacy or safety or intended use of the devices, that is not considered as a major. But if it is so, it is a major changes, and for that mandatory approval that need to be taken. Indication for use. Certain indication already approved by the licensing authority based in the clinical evidence produced by the manufacturers. Later on, they have to submit, they have come up with some extension of the intended use. For X indication, they have already approved. For that, earlier they have taken the approval. So for certain major changes in the indication, so again they need to submit the clinical evidence and the clinical data to prove that, and then they need to take the. Sometimes it may take separate approval for the additional of the indications. So such changes consider as a major changes, and you need to take the prior approval. Approval of the shelf life and method of sterilization, because these are the critical method of sterilization is critical for. Suppose one method of sterilization, they have obtained the license by way of the ETO. Certain devices again, they have to go with the gamma radiation or E-beam radiation or other method of sterilization. Definitely the product, the standards has been changed. Whatever the applicable process standards for carrying out the sterilization is changed. So also there may be scope for change in the packaging material, because certain package material, the stability of the particular product retained with the claim life for certain period. It is not same for other method of sterilization. They have to validate properly. So in such cases where the changes in the sterilization process also, it is a critical. So they need to take the prior approval for that also, and obviously the shelf life, because shelf life also depends that study basis and what the that packaging material used as the primary material for the particular devices. So all these consider as a major changes of the devices, and whenever that manufacturers is taking such changes in their product which is already approved by the licensing authority, they have to wait for approval till its implementation in their process, in their device master file, and also in the sale and distribution of such type of the devices. Name and address, though it is a very important, because if in case of the change in the address of the actual manufacturer is changed, there is a scope for separate license because the site has to be inspected, and that entire that process, QMS and all those things they need to submit to the authority. So that is also considered as a major changes and approval is required. Authorized agent, it's basically a technical, it is not the mainly focus on the technical, but the power authority, the license holder who is, who is just new and they have to comply with the requirement of such changes also. It is considered as a major changes, and the approval means the separate license is required in such cases. Label, if the label, the particular size, the font size, font type or the color label design, if it is other than any changes in the label, consider as a major. If it is only change in the font size, type, color, label design, it is considered as a minor, and for such changes notification is mandatory, and for other than such changes mandatory approval is required. Process, equipment testings or the standards, if certain standards earlier they are using certain standard, they have changed the standard specification of the devices, it is a measure, and then again they need to take the approval. And obviously the change in the primary packaging of the devices. So these are certain that criteria and category where we have identified and prescribed in the medical device rule to be considered as a major changes, and all such changes you need to take the prior approval from the licensing authority concerned, whether it is a the state licensing authority or the central licensing authority. Minor changes, basically the product characteristic, intended use, all those things, there isn't thing much change in that, only the change in the certain that minor changes which is considered. These are the three different that category we have prescribed, and for these minor changes the timeline is prescribed within 30 days after its implementation. They need to notify to the central licensing authority as a part of the compliance of the medical device rule 2017. And these are the timeline given for obtaining the license or notifying the same to the licensing authority. If you see the manufacturing cases, major changes within 45 they need to submit the application and obtain the license, and minor changes within 30 days they notify to the central licensing authority. Similarly for import, timeline is given prescribed as a 60 days, and for the minor it is a 30 days. And obviously in the rule says if that is not approval is not obtained or given by the authority within that stipulated timeline, it is deemed to be considered as a approved in case of the major. So that is the requirement, that provision made in the rule. So but I have clarified that already. So provision of the import license, though the particular 10 categories of the devices, it is prescribed in the medical device rule. But if you see the changes, what are the other changes, certain changes that is also not clearly prescribed, that but that is also covered under that major changes. So currently what the existing practice is for obtaining the post approval changes, in fact, irrespective of the major changes or the minor changes, currently the license or the approval is being issued by the central licensing authority in case the licensing authority is the CDSCO, and the state licensing authority if the licensing authority is the state licensing authority concerned. So, but now we have come up with the certain that modification in that post approval processes, and where we have segregated wherever there is a changes, and each and every that major changes we have identified based on the what type of the application so far we have received, and we have given that specific checklist requirement specific to the particular changes related to, and if the particular post approval major changes is somehow reflecting on the approval or the license or the permission or even the certificate issued by the licensing authority, in such cases we will consider that for the approval. If it is a major devices, major post approval changes like change in the method of manufacturing process, change in the device master file with respect to the particular standards, or any other which falls under the major changes. In such cases, once the application is reviewed, because the approval is already that is required from the central licensing authority or the even from the state licensing authority, as the case may be. So in such cases, we are just issuing, we have made the provision to issue the notification by way of email, or that is to be conveyed to the licensing, the licensee, license holder through the concerned licensing authority. So for that, earlier that what the approval, separate approval is being issued by the licensing authority. Now that slightly that intimation way, by way of the intimation, we are issuing that notification or the acknowledgement for the minor changes. Also for the minor changes, separate approval is not we are issuing right now. We have initiated step by step. It is going on because implementation from the CDEC is also they are slowly implementing the things after proper validating the what the provision we have given for its implementation. So these are that recent changes in the post approval, and the specific checklist and the specific requirement we have given, and accordingly the approval and also the timeline. Earlier, because of the limited resources, the time taken for obtaining the approval is slightly higher what the time may prescribe in the medical device rule. But now we are just coming, reducing the timeline, and also now started processing the application of whatever the stipulated timeline. So we are now in near future we will able to give approval also in as per the timeline prescribed under the medical device rules. Similarly, for the manufacturing, similar way for the import, we have given, and you might have aware the recent changes. Whenever it is implementing one by one, automatically it is the provision is being given through the MD online portal, and you just see what are the changes. I am not sure whether it is visible, clearly visible to all of you, but where we are going to recommend for the approval, separate approval from the central licensing authority by way of that separate that certificate like thing, that is we have clarified, and through the email or acknowledgement we have segregated three different parts, and maybe you will receive that that presentation, so you will understand okay, this way you need to wait for the approval, and this way you need to wait for the acknowledgement or the notification of such changes, whether it is a major or minor. This is for the manufacturing. Also, we have almost 17 various types of, including one is the typographical error, whether it is a any typographical due to certain that mistake by the system, by the applicant, or by some XYZ reason. So such correction except is where the major we have categorized, you will get the approval. Now come to the conditions of the license. If you see the conditions and the licenses, when we talked about the license means manufacturing license obtained in the MD 5, MD 6, MD 9, MD 10. If you talk about the import license, that is MD 15, and also in the test license also is having certain that conditions. So that is MD 17, that license. Similarly for the manufacturing, the MD 30. So these are the licenses issued by the licensing authority with the certain conditions. So if you see the conditions, in the conditions certain things, that is the general, that case some the state authority or the drug control officers, if it is visited to the site asking for the documentation or visiting the site for the inspection, you have to allow to them to do the what the activity they want to do under the medical device rule 2017. Another way, if in case of any adverse event, it is reported on your product, that same has to be, and it is a major or it is a suspected unexpected adverse event, you need to submit that to the authority, and accordingly also you need to initiate the recall procedure within the certain timeline. The timeline is clearly prescribed in the 15 days. So these are the conditions, and so far we have not received any such, because it is not the particular devices does not have any such type of adverse event. It is unexpected. I am talking about unexpected, but still it is not that received by the central licensing authority in many of the cases. So that is the one of the that important thing we need to understand, and such things you need to report to the authority, and also you need to take the appropriate actions for for such a type of the devices, whether you have to recall, you have to rectify the things after taking the kappa, and then you continue after taking the duly approval from the competent authority. If it is possible major changes, you need to submit that prior application, and prior approval is required. No prior approval taken from the authority, you can implement that. Minor, you have to submit that within the timeline prescribed. For each batch, already I have explained in the morning session that you need to carry out the testing for release of that product. Audit inspection book you need to maintain, because that is important whenever any authority is visiting the site for conformance or verification or as a part of the surveillance. They need to mention the observations, whether it is a non-compliances or the compliances. If certain that recommendation or the comments need to be done by the medical device officer or the authority deputed by the licensing authority, they have to maintain the inspection book, and in that inspection book, the based on the conformance or the non-conformance data, the authority whenever going for the QMS audit, they will see, verify, and if certain non-compliances is still untouched, accordingly they need to take the action. So that is the also you need to maintain that. If it is not issued by the authority, that manufacturers they can approach to the authority and they can get that inspection book. Be ready for such activity. For in invasive medical devices and IVD, that the control sample also, there is a requirement to control sample that should be kept 180 days from the date of expiry of the particular devices. So that is also one of the conditions, and if your devices belongs to that category, that you need to understand, this is the one of the conditions of the license, and you need to also store that as a control sample for the devices. Sales record also, you need to mention whatever the production you carried out, sale, all those things. Every devices, whatever going to market, that should have the package inserts, user manual, whatever the applicable for the devices. You have to stick with that, and you have to make that sure that the product should have package inserts or user manual or whatever the relevant instruction for use applicable for the particular devices. Testing, already I have covered that. the testing or the manufacturing, this point also that is the important thing. Any activity in the facility license premises, it is carried out, it has to be carried out by the competent authority. Competent authority means if it is a QC, that the testing that should be done by the competent quality control staff of the employer. If it is the manufacturing, so the qualification of the should be done under the supervision of the competent technical manpower, and the competent technical manpower qualification and the experience is already prescribed in the medical device rule. So you have to make sure that any major activity related to the manufacturing or the testing should be carried out under the supervision of competent technical staff. In case there is a change in the competent technical staff also, that should be confirm or that should be informed to the concerned licensing authority as a part of the compliance of the QMS of the fifth schedule of medical device rule 2017. If the particular activity site, the activity is stopped for the certain period beyond the 15 days or so, so in such cases, even if it is a 30 days, in such cases for further start the manufacturing activity, the information they have to inform to the licensing authority concerned, so that they can verify whether still the facility, if it involve the sterile facility, the quality control or the QMS is adhere for manufacturing of the concerned that medical devices at that facility. So these are the certain that conditions which is applicable for the manufacturing license granted by the licensing authority, whether it is state or whether it is a central licensing authority. And also one that important thing, in case of change in the constitution of the firm, that the applicant or the manufacturers, they have to inform to the licensing authority and they have to submit the fresh application within the certain timeline, that 180 days time is there. So they need to take the fresh license for that period from the licensing authority. So these are the major that conditions, and you might have aware of that, gone through it, but you need to understand these conditions that you need to fulfill, and these are the mandatory that conditions of the license. But in addition to this, certain conditions that incorporated by the central licensing authority or the state licensing authority, means you need to submit the data on the clinical efficacy and submit to the authority within that particular timeline. So you have to adhere with that, you have to start generating the data to maintain, to comply the additional condition in addition to this condition. So these are similar line that the certain conditions for the test license also. You need to understand the test license, it is issued only for the testing purpose, not for other than testing purpose. So what the conditions of the license, you have to adhere with that. It cannot be diverted for any other purpose. Suppose you have obtained the test license for testing purpose and testing of to generate the validation data. You start doing generating the clinical data. Suppose that is the not the compliances. In such cases, if it is so, you need to take the separate approval or specific approval from the licensing authority for carrying out such activity. If it is not issued, you cannot change that. So the test license is issued by the licensing authority for this specific purpose. It cannot be utilized for any other purpose for which you have taken the license, and also it cannot be commercialized. That's product either if it is not, if it unused or not used for the testing, that has to be either destroyed or the necessary approval or permission you need to take to do any testing activity of such devices. and also the premises where that you are going to develop the test batches. If a medical device officer is visiting for the inspection or the verification of the document, you need to allow them. And the record utilization certificate or whatever the quantity you have proposed and we have given, the licensing authority has given for the approval, you have to maintain the record for that. So in future, if authority can verify the data, you have to justify that. And if the devices, if it is unused, that has to be either destroyed or stored as a control sample for the specific purposes. Similarly, for the import license, what I have explained, for in case of the manufacturing, same more or less, except for certain that globally what the action taken on the particular product by any of the authority, whether it is from the country of origin or the authority where the product is registered for marketing, all that information they need to submit it to the licensing authority, central licensing authority, because it is the responsibility of the central licensing authority. And what are the other conditions like your testings, batch release, consignment, whatever the consignment is importing into the country, each consignment should have the batch release certificate and relevant that information as per the conditions of the license given. Here also, the major changes and the minor changes, if it is so and brought to the notice of the importers, they have to adhere with the requirement and they have to take the necessary approval for its implementation. Change in the constitution also, it is the same what we have explained for the manufacturing. Here the import license for the testing, also certain conditions are there, and that conditions stipulated in the test license both for the manufacturer or the import are slightly different from the actual commercialization what we have given. So you have to make sure that the test license what you have obtained and what the quantity is unused or not used in the particular, it cannot be utilized for any other purposes except for which they have you have taken the license or the approval from the licensing authority. Additional conditions already I have explained. Certain condition like certain that data you need to generate. Sometimes it may happen because in the medical device rule there is a mandatory requirement for submitting the stability data both in the accelerated conditions as well as in the real time conditions. But globally the practice is slightly differ. So in certain cases, certain minimum document that not the real time data, because again there is a another issue. Okay, if the real time data is not available to that product cannot be considered for approval based on the real time data for the claim life of the device. So based on the existing that available data, the licensing authority may take approval, may give the approval for the claim shelf life. They can either suggested to reduce the claim shelf life based on the stability data, or you generate the data subsequently after completion you can submit. So certain times the authority will give the conditions, so you have to adhere. Okay, whenever the study such a study is completed, you need to submit to to remove the additional conditions what we have stipulated. Similarly, certain cases biocompatibility study data that require to be submitted as per the requirement, and that is maybe in the pipeline or it is other tests are there, but that particular test is not completed at this stage. Sometimes it may happen based on the requirement or the issue, the license is issued based on the certain conditions, so you have to keep in the mind and also adhere with the requirement. And also the conditional waiver, we have made the special provision on the MD online portal. You can submit the approval waiver of the what the additional conditions we have given in the particular licenses, and that can be, if it is a satisfactory fulfill, accordingly the additional condition can be waived off. So this is all about on the just to highlight touch the major changes, minor changes, and what the conditions of the license or the permission. In this presentation, I have only touched the licenses part, what the licenses we have issued. It is not only that is the conditions, you have to remember the permission means if the certain permission is given for conduct of the investigation of the investigational medical devices or even for the new IVD. So in that permission also there is a certain conditions. You have to comply with that also. Similarly, the permission, the investigation medical device permission or the new in vitro diagnostic permission, what we have issued, there is a certain mandatory that conditions as per the medical device rule 2017. So you have to adhere with that also and also comply because certain, if you see that permission, if it is issued in MD 27 or MD 29, there is a scope for submission of periodic PSUR for the initially 2 years and subsequently annually for further 2 years. So till 4 years data we want. It is the mandatory condition. So you have to generate the data accordingly, submit periodically as per the stipulated timeline provided in the conditions and adhere the requirement of the medical device rule 2017. Also, for the notified body, it is the same, and also for the testing lab, which is obtain the registration certificate in MD40, they have to also adhere with the certain that conditions what we have prescribed in the medical device rule and as a part of the approval to by the central licensing for the particular activity. Thank you for your kind attention, and if you have any questions, we can take two questions what I have given the direction from the moderator.
Thank you, sir, for a very effective presentation. I have just one question regarding you mentioned the change in method of sterilization. Like you have taken the example that if the product is sterilized by, for example, ETO, and then it changes to gamma sterilization, does it qualify as a new product or we can go for the post approval?
That intimation you have to basically earlier the practice was through the post approval changes it is there, but we have again re-examined because earlier the practice is different. Now we understand that there is a major changes with respect to the method of sterilizations, quality control of the particular that products, and even sometimes the changes in the packaging of the particular devices also. So we are insisting as an endorsement for that. That's all.
Sir, if line extension is there, no any change in product quality or intended use, is this a major change or is it necessary to intimate?
Intended use, I have explained. If the intended use,
No change in intended use, only line extension is there.
line
expansion.
of extension of model number,
No, packaging line extension, manufacturing line extension, plant expansion.
plant expansion is line of extension you are doing, so separately you have to intimate that, and that separate approval is required because the inspection is need to be carried out at that particular plant, because earlier it was not the part of the QMS. What the new facility you have established, that also subject to the compliance of the QMS. So that you need to first intimate to the authority, and it's a measure, so that it may consider as a measure, though there is no such a specific category we have right now implemented. So in such cases you have to wait for the approval. If it is a entirely new facility where the various major activities carried out, you wait for the approval.
All major and minor changes need to be intimated or any
Pardon?
all major and minor changes
I have explained that for major changes you need to wait for the approval, and for the minor, that is the notification provided, because to have the uniformity in such practices, we have titled separately whatever the post approval changes we have made right now and start implementing that various types of the minor post approval changes. Only you need to select that particular category and you intimate to the authority accordingly.
Okay, thank you.
You may share the questions after the session. You can email it to us, and we'll reply to you however we can as soon as possible.
One quick question. Suppose if I want to import a medical device only for actually checking whether manufacturing feasibility is there, or demonstration purpose, or for taking doctor's opinion, then in what way it has to be brought under import license or some permission?
For if any product, if it is a device is imported, for even for the demonstration purposes, you need to take the test license. That provision is there. MD is 16, that is the application 17 for import. So we have given that if the devices is to be imported for test analysis, for demonstration, for conduct of the clinical study, clinical investigation, or for conduct of the any examination of that particular devices, you need to take the import license and MD 17. And also if the particular patient they want to import particular devices for under the prescription, there is a scope for the obtaining personal license, but without that permission you cannot import that medical devices.
For patient, I understand, sir, but only for because test license takes time.
Even for the demonstration we have made that provision. Even for the demonstration, you have to place that in some fair, or some you have to place before that healthcare professional for certain particular purposes. For that also you need to take that import license for demonstration purpose.
Import license time frame is too high.
No, already now we have reduced the timeline. Earlier we have already reduced, when earlier that portal, that MD online, there is a shifting in the new portal, that is the NSW. There is a challenge, though we have overcome that challenges also. So now we are also that within that 30 days, we are trying to achieve the 30 days time period for review of such type of the application, and we are that certain extent we are considering such application within that timeline. Otherwise the 40 days, 45 days, because in that timeline also we are generally, our understanding or that we want to give, that is the working day. So if you compare that to from date of submission to the date of first response or the approval, that much we have already achieved, but still we are making efforts to reduce timeline specific to the test license also.
Thank you, Mr. Sahu.
Thank you very much. Though I understand lot of questions are there, but we'll make sure whatever that concern you have, you please share that through your email or through any that media, and we can try to address all those concerns.
Definitely, we'll get back to you. And thank you, sir, for sharing such crucial light on these crucial aspects.
Thank you for your kind visit.
For our penultimate session of this day, we will have Ms. Shamni Shasidharan to address labeling requirements on the medical devices and IVDs. Ma'am, please request you to kindly come upon the stage and share your presentation with us. Thank you. Request you all to kindly give a big hand of applause for the last session. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. So let's start with the last session of the workshop, that is labeling requirements of medical devices, including in vitro diagnostic medical devices. So in this PPT, I will cover overview of the packaging and labeling of medical devices, the regulatory requirements, that is what is the requirement mentioned in the medical devices rule regarding the labeling information of medical devices, including IVD, harmonized symbols used for the medical device labels, what are the challenges faced in the labeling of software as a medical device, labeling requirements for medical device intended for export purpose, and the instruction for use of medical devices. So when I term medical devices, please make a note that it includes in vitro diagnostic devices as well. So labeling or information supplied by a manufacturer, it's a important stage of the life cycle of a medical devices. If you have developed a very brilliant and innovative product and it has passed all the validation stages and it's ready to launch in the market, but if the information supplied by the manufacturer along with the device is not up to the mark or not meeting the basic requirements, then the impact of the product launch on the market or may not be achieved, or it can have some adverse events on the patient health or the end user. So when we talk about information supplied by the manufacturer, it could be in the form of labeling information, which includes label, instruction for use, packaging material, any marking or impression engraved on the medical devices, any technical description, brochure, promotional material, etc. And it can be in different mode. It could be in a physical form, it could be electronic form. Now, before going to the rules and requirements, just in a short, why do we pack a product? Basically, it's all for the protection of the device till it is placed in the market at the end use. So we have different types of packaging material, which we can call it as primary packaging or the secondary packaging, and then comes to the tertiary packaging. And the labeling information, or we can say the labels, are important to be affixed on each packaging material accompanying the device. So packaging is a collection of different components which surrounds the product from the time of its production until its final use at the end user. And all the materials used for the packaging activity is called as, including the printed material, are all packaging material, which it excludes the outer packaging, shipping documents, etc. Now packaging is very important step in the life cycle of medical device because it helps in containment of the package of the device. Basically, if the product is in a liquid form, so you should ensure that the product is not leaking when during the transportation, diffusion, or it should be strong enough, the packaging of the device should be strong enough that it handles the weight of the device and all the adverse environmental events which can take place throughout the transportation and the end use of the device. And it helps in protection of the device against the external influences, as I said, like from the sunlight, from moisture, from biological contamination or mechanical damage. Also, it gives the presentation and information to the end user for the proper, effective and safe use of the device. How to use a device is decided based on the design by its own manufacturer. So how it should be used should be properly described in the labeling information. The labeling information could be either the instruction for use could be directly printed on the label, or it could be supplemented given in a instruction for use, or you can call it as a user manual, or you can call as pack insert, in whatever way we can call. And also proper labeling will help in detecting counterfeit products, falsely labeled products, spurious and substandard products. So as I said, labeling information includes label, it could include instruction for use, any other information related to the identification, technical description, intended purpose, and how to safely use the medical device up to the end user. And label is a term, it's any written, printed, or graphic information either appearing on the device itself or on the packaging of each device or on the packaging of multiple devices enclosed in a finished pack. Medical devices needs to be labeled to ensure patient safety, facilitate proper use, and comply with local regulation or international regulatory requirements. Label provide essential information about the device, its intended use, what are the risks involved in the use of the device, is there any harmful material or biological risk involved in handling the medical device, etc. It should be clearly prescribed on the labeling information. Labeling information on medical device is crucial for the healthcare professionals and patients to understand how to handle it, how to store a medical device, and how to operate the device safely and effectively. When you talk about compliance or regulatory requirements, there are different regulatory requirements involved or can be applicable for medical device labeling. It could be Legal Metrology Act, it could be requirement from the AERB, and we have the medical devices rule under the Drugs and Cosmetic Act, which prescribes the details, requirements on the labeling of medical device, which is prescribed in Chapter 6 of MDR 2017. Now, when we talk about Chapter 6 of MDR 2017, it is applicable for all risk class of the device, including Class A non-sterile and non-measuring medical devices. So please note, Class A non-sterile non-measuring devices are not excluded from the labeling requirements of MDR. So let's go to the Rule 44 of Medical Devices Rule. Now it mentions what are the basic requirements, regulatory requirements required to be included in the label of a medical device, an IVD. So you can see the name of the device. I've just kept a small sample of a label. The first information should be the device label should have name of the device, details necessary for the user to identify the device and its use. Either the information, like you can see, it's a 8 French size catheter or needle, whatever. So that is one kind of information which is necessary for the user to identify the device. In case if the label does not have insufficient space, then you can put a symbol of instruction for use, or you can mention, please consult or refer to the detailed user manual or instruction for use, where the detailed procedure will be mentioned. Next, coming to the name of manufacturer and address of manufacturing premises where the device has been manufactured. The net quantity in terms of weight, it could be in terms of measure, volume, number of units as the case may be, and the number of devices contained in the package expressed in metric system. You can see here quantity 1. So it indicates there's a 1 unit of medical device in the package. Then the label shall include the month and year of manufacture and month and year of expiry. Also, instead of expiry date, you may also mention the shelf life of the medical device. An indication that the device contains medicinal or biological substance wherever required. And the device label should provide a distinctive batch number or lot number preceded by the word lot number, lot, batch number, or B number. In continuation, if the device requires any special storage condition, information, or handling condition wherever required, then that should be specified on the device label. Also, if the product is supplied in a sterile form, then the label shall mention the sterile state of the device, and also what sterilization method was used to sterile the device, that also should be mentioned. Warnings or precautions should be there to draw attention of the user of the medical device that there is some precautions to be undertaken. In case if the device is intended by the manufacturer for use for single use, not reuse, single use, then there should be a either symbol way, or you may have to mention single use. Also, in case the device is not for sale or distribution, it's just physician sample, free sample, then it should be labeled with the word physician sample, not to be sold. Proceeding with, there should be manufacturing license number preceded by the word manufacturing license number or ML, and this is for the devices which is manufactured domestically. In case of imported device, if the device label already printed on the device from the country from where it is being imported, the device does not have enough space, or does not, the device label do not include the importer specific detail, then the rule says by way of stickering, the importer shall mention import license number, name and address of the importer, address of actual manufacturing premise, and date of manufacture. Now the rule says, in case if the label is small size medical device, small label, where all these information cannot be incorporated, then at least these specific information shall be included by way of description, or you can use harmonized international symbols. So it should include name of the device, details necessary for the user to identify the device and its use, name of the manufacturer and address of actual manufacturing premise, net quantity and number of devices contained in the final pack of the device, month and year of manufacture or expiry or the shelf life of the device, batch number or lot number, indicate whether the device is for single use, and the manufacturing license number. When you go for shelf life of the device, as per Rule 47 of Medical Device Rule, it prescribes what should be the shelf life of the device. So the rule says the shelf life of the device shall be determined keeping in view of the technical parameters and shall ordinarily not exceed 60 months from the date of manufacture, provided exceptional cases if the manufacturer has produced satisfactory evidence before the central licensing authority that the device shelf life is more than 60 years. That needs to be produced to the central licensing authority, and after satisfactory review and acceptance, the central licensing authority may allow the manufacturer to include more than 60 months shelf life. Now, in case if the device is made up of stable material, like in case of the analyzer, instruments, equipments, apparatus, which does not have any perishable items or does not have any unstable material, so material made up of stainless steel or titanium, etc., then, and it is supplied non-sterile. In these conditions, the shelf life may not be necessary. So in case if when you fill the legal form, the application for manufacturer import, you have to mention the shelf life as not applicable. And also the rule prescribes the provision for residual shelf life of a medical device, which need to be monitored at the date of import of the device from the other country. So if the total claim shelf life of the medical device as per its manufacturer is less than 90 days, then the residual shelf life of the medical device on the date of import shall not be not less than 40% of the total shelf life. And if the total shelf life is between 90 days to 1 year, then the residual shelf life should be not less than 50% at the date of import. And if the shelf life is more than 1 year, residual shelf life should be not less than 60% at the date of import. Also, the rule 44 mentions wherever required, medical device label may bear symbols recognized by Bureau of Indian Standards BIS or International Organization for Standardization ISO in lieu of text. So, especially when the domestic manufacturer intends to export your medical device using harmonized internationally accepted symbols, especially under ISO 15223, which tells about medical device symbols to be used with medical device labeling information to be supplied. If you see the standard of symbols 15223, there are it gives different types of symbols which can be categorized as manufacturer symbol, symbols used for storage of medical device, symbols used for safe use of medical device, symbol used for sterility of medical device. There are some IVD specific symbols and infusion transfusion symbol and other symbols. So let me just touch upon few important symbols which is linked with the labeling requirements of MDR. We have the manufacturer symbols. Now this particular symbol indicates the device manufacturer, name and address of the device, a manufacturer of the device. Now, whereas this symbol is the date of manufacture of the device. Both symbol are similar, but only difference is manufacturer is fully like full black symbol and the date of manufacture is transparent. So we have the use by date, that is equivalent to expiry date. This is the symbol to be used. And if the device has some reference number or catalog number, this is the symbol to be used, REF. And if the device is, usually it should have a batch number or lot number, so this is a symbol to be used, lot. And especially for instruments, analyzer equipments, which is identified with a serial number, it should be labeled with this particular SN symbol. When we go for some symbols used for storage of medical device, in case the medical device is sensitive to be when exposed to the heat like sunlight, then this is a symbol to be used, keep away from sunlight. And in case if the device is to be protected from heat and radioactive sources, this is the particular symbol to be used on the label. And if the device is to be protected away from moisture, humidity, etc., then keep dry is the symbol to be used. If the device is fragile, handle with care, please use the symbol. When you talk about temperature limit, certain devices, especially IVDs, will have a particular temperature limit to be mentioned on the label. So, more symbols are mentioned in the particular ISO standard. Please go through the standard if available. But I have just included the temperature limit, which indicates lower limit and upper limit. So there's another symbol which indicates lower limit of the device. Another symbol is available for only upper limit of the device. And in case if the device is to be protected from humidity, then this is the symbol to be used for showing the humidity limitation for which the device should be exposed to. In case of for the safety of the user while using, safety of the user right from the dispatch from the manufacturing premise, the entire transportation up to the end use, if the device contains any biological risk, biological material, then this is the symbol to be used. Hope most of the people are aware about the symbol. And in case the device should not be used, reused, then this is the symbol, that is two-time use is prohibited basically. And this is what I said, in case the label does not have enough space to explain how to use the device and all, this is a symbol to be used for consult instruction for use or user manual. This is a symbol for caution, everybody knows. In case if some user is allergic to latex, rubber latex, then this is the symbol to be used on the label. These are the sterility symbol in case if the medical device is to be supplied in a sterile state. this is the sterile symbol to be used. In case if the device is not supplied in a sterile state, it is provided in a non-sterile state, this is the symbol to be used. Please make note, these two symbols are required to differentiate. Supposing if you have a orthopedic implant which is supplied by a manufacturer in a sterile state, it should be labeled with a sterile symbol. Supposing the device is supplied in a non-sterile state, then the non-sterile symbol should be used, but it will be sterilized before use on the patient basically. But in case of other devices like equipments, analyzer, etc., which does not have any sterility state, then please mention not applicable. Not on the label, on the application. This is a symbol used to do not re-sterilize. It indicates basically if the manufacturer does not have validated document showing that device is safe after re-sterilization. Now, in case if the product is supplied sterile, as I mentioned earlier, you should also mention the method of sterilization on the label. So, if the device is sterilized by the manufacturer by way of ethylene oxide EO sterilization, ETO, then this is the symbol to be used. And if it is sterilized by way of radiation source, then sterile R to be used, and sterilized in terms of by steam or dry heat, that the other symbol should be used. Also, the standard specifies certain IVD symbols which is specific to in vitro diagnostic medical devices. Main symbol is IVD. This will help in distinguishing whether the device is medical device or an IVD. So please use the symbol in case your product is an in vitro diagnostic medical device. Usually the IVD buffers and reagents has a liquid content which is filled for a number of tests. So this is a symbol to be used to indicate how many tests the IVD product is packed for. In case the IVD device is only for performance evaluation on use and not for any sale or distribution, this is the symbol to be used on the label. In case if you have certain control materials, then these are the symbols used for control, positive control and negative control for IVDs. So that's in nutshell regarding the harmonized international symbols to be used, which can be used. The rule allows the manufacturer to use certain symbol in lieu of text. Now, when we come about on the software, there are many medical devices as software as a medical device, which can be supplied in a physical form, and it can be without a physical form, web app based, yeah, web store based, etc. So how do we incorporate all the labeling requirements on the software? So the best practice is if it is provided in a physical form like CD, DVD, etc., the primary packaging, the label shall bear all the already prescribed labeling information should be incorporated. There should be software version number and all the other detail mentioned in Rule 44 of MDR. And in case if the software is not supplied in a physical form or packaging is not present, then all the information on Rule 44 shall be mentioned in the first landing page, the web page of the software. You can say the graphical interface or splash screen, etc. When we talk about labeling requirements for medical device proposed to be exported. So once you obtain the manufacturing license under MDR, may it be for class A, B, C, D from the state licensing authority or the central licensing authority, in case if you need to export to other country, the rule 45 prescribes the certain exemption for the label on medical device required to be exported. So it says the label on the packages or container of the device to be exported shall be adopted to meet the specific requirement of law of the country to which the device is to be exported, provided the label of the medical device shall include mandatorily the name of the device, batch number or lot number, serial number of the device, date of expiry, name and address of the manufacturer and actual manufacturing premise address, license number, or also you can use the internationally recognized symbol as I have mentioned earlier. Having said that, in case if the consignee who's getting or importing the device from India, the other country, if the consignee requires the device not to be labeled with the name and address of the manufacturer on the label of package or the container, it shall bear with a neutral code number. Now, neutral code number is the starting with the state or UT abbreviation, device, and the manufacturing license number. And recently, CDSCO has made the system. Earlier, it was issued by the Central Licensing Authority. Now, it is changed to auto self generation of neutral code. So, the applicant can go to the approved manufacturing license and there will be a provision to submit an application for obtaining neutral code, and immediately the neutral code will be self-generated. There is no regulatory interface involved in review of neutral code application right now. So you can see there is a public notice in this published in the CDSA website with effect from 9/4/2025. There is some detail on the special code. In case if the consignee does not require even the neutral code and the consignee has their own specific code to be mentioned on the label, then the manufacturer can submit an application to obtain special code from the Central Licensing Authority, which is currently issued in the offline mode, and we are making efforts to convert the offline mode to online mode as well for special code. Labeling requirements for medical devices including IVD that are not meant for commercialization. So we have Rule 48 of MDR, which says any medical device or new IVD imported or manufactured for the purpose of clinical investigation, clinical performance evaluation, test or evaluation or demonstration or training, not for sale and distribution. So basically, when you submit an application for obtaining test license, the labeling of the device shall bear the following details: name of the product or the code number, batch or the lot number, serial number wherever applicable, date of manufacture, the use before date or expiry date, storage conditions, name and address of the manufacturer, purpose for which it is to be manufactured. This is important. In case if the device is made for the purpose of demonstration, please label it as for demonstration purpose. In case if it is for clinical investigation, please mention as for clinical investigation only, etc. So we have covered label, that is the printed specimen which should have all the details, specific requirements. When we go for next step in the information supplied by the manufacturer, that it is the instruction for use, or you can call it as user manual or package insert of the medical devices. So this particular type of document should cover detailed technical information, general requirements which are validated information by the manufacturer, which manufacturer intends to inform the user of a medical device or IVD regarding the intended use, the proper use of the device, if any contraindications are present, any warnings, any precautions to be taken while using the device. So it assists the end user for its safe and appropriate use. Now when we talk about intended use term, it is clearly defined in Rule 3 of MDR that intended use means the use for which the medical device is intended according to the data supplied by the manufacturer on the labeling information of medical device, which is as per approval obtained from the Central Licensing Authority. And when you design an instruction for use or user manual, please describe in detail. If there is any sensitivity in specificity range for the IVDs, please do mention. And there other information like indication for use, any contraindication, all details, whatever the user is required to be knowing should be mentioned. And how to properly, right from the opening of the package up to the use and up to the safe disposal after the use should be clearly mentioned in the user manual or package insert. When you talk about language and accessibility, certain devices in some countries, when you export or in the local domestic market, for the lay person to use, the manufacturer may have to provide the instruction for use in terms of local language of the particular region. That needs to be taken care. So also it is a best practice to include version control for the labeling information. And also the medical devices rule allow the instruction for use or user manual to be either in paper format or in electronic in IFU format. So it is electronic use IFU is allowed under MDR. Also there are certain international standards available which mentions about the information to be supplied by the manufacturer for medical devices. ISO 20417 is the medical device information to be supplied by the manufacturer, the general informations included. And whereas ISO 18113 is specific standard for IVD products, which talks about information, what information need to be supplied by the manufacturer on an IVD product, which further has 5 parts. Part 1 of ISO 18113, it talks about the general requirements, the definition, keyword, definitions, etc. Part 2 talks about the information to be supplied on the IVD reagent for professional use. Part 3 of ISO 18113 talks about the information to be supplied along with the IVD instruments for professional use. Part 4 of the standard talks about the information supplied on the IVD for self-testing reagents. And part 5 talks about the information to be supplied by the manufacturer on IVD instruments used for self-testing. So that was in a nutshell about the instruction for use to be provided along with the labeling of a medical device including IVD. Having said that, what happens if the manufacturer does not follow the regulatory requirements prescribed? So there could be common mistakes, it could be not intentionally though, that incorrect information given or printed on the labeling information or the IFU. Yeah, some information is missing which is very critical for the effective and safe use of the medical device. Supposing if the version of the instruction for use or user manual is outdated, whereas the manufacturer has already updated the version of the IFU with more risk control measures, etc. But the end user is still having the older version of IFU in place. So you have to have the QMS system controls to ensure that the outdated labeling information is not given to the end user of the medical device. And also there are certain real world cases, if you see, some label related recalls may also happen. Also, it can also impact on the patient safety and it can have legal consequences. Any manufacturer violating the regulatory requirements on labeling, it can be considered as a punishable offense. There could be seizure of the non-compliant medical device, and also it may also lead to the suspension or cancellation of your import license or manufacturing license. So please be careful to strictly comply with the labeling requirements prescribed under Chapter 6 of Medical Devices Rules. And please use the languages used on the labeling information precise and concise. And also make sure that in case for you may use Braille languages also in certain cases for the those people which can use, which has some disability, and use of harmonized international standards can be used, symbols can be used. Regularly review and update the version of labeling information. With all these, if you take care, labeling is a very essential part of the life cycle of medical devices. So please ensure that you strictly comply with the regulations and requirements, which can further ensure public health protection through proper instruction for use and labeling requirements. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Um, like I mentioned earlier, you may kindly share all your questions and all your queries will be answered through email. So, as we approached towards the conclusion of this workshop, we welcome Mr. Gaurav Agarwal, Co-Chairman CII National Medical Technology Forum and Managing Director Involution Healthcare, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks. Mr. Agarwal, please.
Very good evening to the august audience. As we come to the end of this very informative deliberation between the industry and the regulators, I'd like to sincerely thank Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshi, Dr. Ravikant Sharma, Mr. Asim Sahu, Mr. Pramod Meshran, Ms. Shamni Sasidharan, and FDCA Government of Gujarat for hosting this. Also, the Secretariat of CII Gujarat, thank you very much. I'm sure you found this extremely lucid and valuable. Uh, Personally, for me, I think learning the sheer breadth of activities and the transformation that CDSCO is leading to ensure that India is truly at the cusp of a transformation in the medtech arena is very inspiring. You know, none of us knew that CDSCO today handles over 4,000 applications with a staff of only 20 members and a similar turnaround time. Truly inspiring. And I'm sure all this bodes extremely well for our medtech sector to become a shining contributor to a Viksit Bharat in 2047. I'm also personally very optimistic that from $14 billion, we'll catapult to a $50 billion economy by 2047 in our 100th year of independence and truly be among the front runners in medical device innovation. And it'll no longer be goods, devices, and technologies supplied from the west to the east. I think all of us have realized that sun rises from the east, and it's about time that technologies in medical devices start rising from the east to the west. Thank you very much. Feeling extremely proud to learn about the various initiatives that CDSCO has taken. I would be failing in my duty if I didn't sincerely thank the CII Secretariat, brilliantly led by Mamta and Abhishek. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. And as the co-chair of CII National Medical Technology Forum, I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you at the 17th edition of CII National Global MedTech Summit to be held at Taj Mahal Hotel on the 29th August in New Delhi. Till then, thank you very much. And if there are any questions, I'm sure the regulators as well as the Secretariat would be very happy to answer for you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal, for those heartfelt words. With that, we come to an end for the CDSCO CII workshop on medical device regulations. I hope to see you all for the next workshop as well. And thank you. Good night. And please enjoy our network during our tea. Thank you so much.